There we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. I hope you grabbed your magnifying glass and your tweed, because we are going to be investigating Staffer Case today. This is a game that I had found, like, last night, and it looks cool, and there's no AI in it, as far as I can tell. So I thought it would be fun to, do something different for a change. We've been doing a lot of Coral Island and farming sims, and so I thought this would be a really good change of pace. Yeah. Okay. So let me just make sure that everything is all set and good to go. I think so. I don't know if it's gonna be best to use mouse. It probably is. This game is similar to Ace Attorney, and I've never really played Ace Attorney. But okay. Let's get into case 1. Backstage. Nautrick, an assistant from a small-town detective agency, receives a letter from the Phenomena Bureau and heads off to London. Oh, so we can pick our cases. Let's go in order. Let's go in order. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. This game is a mystery game where you must uncover the tricks behind a number of murder cases, take notes, and try to find the truth behind each case. Okay, so we are gonna have to take notes throughout this, and that is fine. I'm probably gonna be taking... Oh. Is this your first time? Excuse me? I was just saying, this is your first time in London, no? It is. Why do you ask? Ha, I knew it. And how is it? How does it feel to take in all that London scenery for the first time? Well, it's just astounding as they said it would be. The buildings, the smoky haze, though I haven't seen Big Ben. Wahaha. Yes, it is. Yes, indeed she is important, Big Ben is. Though I'm afraid, young lad, you won't be able to get a good look at her from around these parts. By the by, that bag sure looks heavy. Planning to be here a while? I'm here because I received a job offer. Imagine I'll be living here until I get fired. Oh ho ho. Rather young to be working. You must be something else, huh? When I was your age... Well, that was at the height of the big war. I mean, back then. I figured taxi drivers in London would be the quiet sort. Did I grab the wrong one? What's the name of this new employer of yours? For another shilling, I'll take you right up to the front door of their building. Ah, that's quite alright. In front of the park
も
will
う
be
十分
fine.
高い金を払ってタクシーに乗ってるんだから、1シリングになったって構わねえだろう。
I mean, you're already paying for an expensive cab ride. What's another
お
shilling?
客さんみたいな人は基本的に急んでロンドンまで来たはいいが、自分一人じゃ迷子になっちまうんだよ。
Most, like yourself, visiting London the first time to try and find the way themselves, and before they know it, they find themselves lost in more ways than one, you know?
半ば強制だな。断ると面倒なことになりそうだ。あ、それじゃあお願いします。職場の名前は確か。
Well then, I'll place my fate in your knowing hands. The name of the place was...
捜査課長だって人から届いた手紙に書いてあったような。
What was the name of that agency? I believe it was written on the letter I received from that man calling himself the Detective Chief Inspector. Thank you for the daily, Jess. Alright, let's see. Oh, wow. This is kind of confusing to look at, but let's, Someone has posed a question. Find the clue related to the question within the document, then press Combine Clues. Select the document you would like to check from the list below to zoom into that particular document. Select the clue. Okay. Okay. Press the right mouse button to pull out your magnifying glass in order to see the documents and details better. I think I understand. So, if I pull this up, wow, that's really not easy to read. Case, how you've been. I'm the Englishman who visited your agency last Easter. Because it's you, I'm sure you'll remember my face. I didn't get to properly introduce myself back then, but my official title is Detective Chief Inspector of a certain government agency. The reason I showed my face at that old agency of yours is that I want to recruit you into our Mana Affairs division. I currently live in London, a city where cases that ordinary investigators can't solve happen every single day. Such a place is the perfect environment for a talented lad like yourself to flourish. Notrick, let me be frank with you. I need a person of your talents. On the other side of that coin, you need an environment where you can demonstrate your talents. I even got your boss's permission to this. She opposed the idea at first, but in the end, she understood what was good for you. I hope you understand that this is not a chance everyone gets. I look forward to receiving a favorable response to my offer. Detective Chief Inspector Phenomena Bureau, London Branch. Okay. So... Can I... Oh, wait. If I stick a pin in that, is that gonna... Okay... Okay. Well, that was a little confusing.
地元の人たちには管理局と呼ばれているそうです。
The Phenomena Bureau. I've heard people around here call it the Bureau for short.
運転手さん、管理局の建物はご存知ですか？
You know where the Bureau is located,
その前に降
right?
ろしてください。
If you could take me there, I'd appreciate it.
かしこまりました。 お客様。
Understood, sir. Why is he using a pen as a hair clip? There's no way that's gonna stay.
どうかなさいましたか？何かご不便な点でも。
What's wrong, sir? Something troubling
い
you?
え、なんだか突然とても丁寧になった気がして、その運転中に性格がコロコロ変わるタイプなんですか？
No, it's just you got really polite all of a sudden. Do you just forget to mind your P's and Q's at times?
ロンドンのタクシー運転手たちはお客様を女王様のようにもてなしていますよ。
London taxi drivers always cart around their fares as if they were the queen herself.
ああ、そうなんですね。
Hmm. Ah, I think I
やら
get
せて
it.
くれるな。管理局の名前を聞いた途端に態度が変わった。
Funny, really. Right when he heard me say the Bureau, his attitude shifted.
管理局、噂通り評判がいい機関じゃなさそうだ。
The Bureau, according to the rumors I've heard, the institution's reputation is far from a good one. How is the audio level? Is it too loud? Sometimes getting that audio level adjustment between games is not... let's see. Okay, that's fine. I have to listen to like my own stream to figure it out. The Bureau, according to the rumors I've heard, the institution's reputation is far from a good one.
こんな怪しい機関の怪しい手紙を受け取ってロンドンまで来るだなんて。
To come all the way to London after receiving a suspicious letter from a suspect institution?
僕も大概だな。
I must be out of my mind. Yet,
こういう都市で事件の捜査をすることがずっと目標だったから。
to be able to carry out an investigation in a city like this, well, that's been a lifelong goal of mine.
お客様、到着いたしました。左手にある灰色の建物が管理局ロンドン支部でございます。
We're here, sir. The gray building on the left over there is the London branch of the Bureau.
ありがとうございます。1シリングですよね。あれ、換金したお金は。
Thank you. You said that would be 1 shilling? Hmm. Where'd I put that money I
カバンの前
exchanged?
ポケットを確認してみるのはいかがですか？
You might want to check the front pocket of your bag.
前ポケッ
The front pocket?
ト。本当だ。どうしてわかったんですか？
Ah, it's all right there. How'd you know?
たったこれだけのことで不思議がってはいけません。ロンドンに長く滞在されるのであれば。
Wah ha ha. Such things shouldn't come as much of a surprise if you intend to stay in London for long, that is.
それって一体。
Huh? What's that supposed to?
どうぞ良い一日を。
Have a great day, sir.
お客様にとってはそこまで悪い都市ではないはずですから。
I do believe you'll find this city isn't half bad a match for you.
いや、だからどうしてわかったんだ。
But how do you know? He probably works for the Bureau. Is my guess on that one? Phenomena Bureau, Branch, London, 1960X 1030 1510. So this is the Bureau. This will be my place of work starting today. Okay. Before I delve deeper into this, because it's like an investigative thing, I want to do a couple of different things. First, I want to get a notepad up, because I know that I'm going to need to take notes. That's just a given. So I'm going to go ahead and make a brand new, thingy. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do is see if I can close. If I close this out, can I open it again? Hopefully. Let's see. So I'm gonna make a couple of different notepads. The first one that I'm gonna make is for my actual case notes. And then the other one that I want to do is I want to make a second note. And this is just going to be my overall observations of the game itself. Because I had to look at the reviews for this to make sure that it didn't have any AI slop in it. And I noticed some things that I would like to add my comment on as its own separate piece of content later on the YouTube channel. By the way, if you haven't done so yet, let me just take the opportunity to drop this here. If you would like to see extended content and more, you can actually find my YouTube channel that I need to add as either a command or whatever. But here is this. So if you guys would like to follow me on YouTube, that is the link. I will have extended videos as well as having all of my VODs up in case you missed it. And then, whatever else. Alright, let's get back into it. Okay.
探偵事務所とは比べ物にならないほど高い建物だ。このまま見上げていたら頭の後ろが地面につきそうだ。
Compared to the investigator's office back home, this place is just floor after floor straight up. If I tried to catch a glimpse of the top, I bet my head would be touching my back.
僕は本当にこんなすごいところで働くんだろうか。
Am I really going to be working at a place like this?
何日もかけてここまで来たけど、いざ目の前にすると入るのがためらわれるな。
It took me days to get here, but suddenly going inside is the last thing I want to do.
あの人、僕のことを見ているのか？
That woman, is she looking at
絶対
me?
に目があったのに話しかけてこない。
We definitely locked eyes, but she isn't saying anything.
ただの気のせいか？
Or am I just imagining things?
やっぱりまだ見られている。
Nope, she's definitely still looking.
僕から声をかけてみようか。いや、もし勘違いだったら。
Should I be the first to speak? No. Because if she isn't...
話があるならお先にどうぞ。
Miss Ma'am. You may speak first.
ああ、もしかして僕に用事でも？
Would you happen to have business with me?
ええ、そうよ。
Indeed, I
だっ
do.
たらそっちから先に話してくれてもよかったのに。
Then she should be the one to break the
人
ice.
を待っているんだけど、待ち人はあなたのような気がしてね。
I'm waiting for someone, and I do believe that someone to be you.
アキンボ探偵事務所から来る予定の新人捜査官。
A new recruit from the Akimbo Investigations Agency.
頭にペンを刺していて、身長は165センチくらい。名前はノート。まあ、そんな感じの名前だったかしら。
Known for sticking a fountain pen in his curls, height roughly 165 centimeters, goes by the name Note. Well, something close to that, right?
ノートリックケースです。あなたはマナ事件専任チームの方ですか？
My name is Notric Case. You're a member of the Mana Affairs Division, aren't you?
そう、パンドリア・レッドフィンズ。
That I
よろしく
am.
ね。
The name's Pandoria Redfins. It's a pleasure to meet
あ
you.
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
No, the pleasure is all mine.
握手は遠慮するわ。
I'll pass on the handshake if you don't mind.
あれ？もしかしてイギリスでは握手はあまりしないのか？
Ah, now that I think about it, I do remember something about the British not shaking hands all that often. Can one of you guys who, if you're British, is that really a thing? Or is this like a game thing only?
気を悪くしないで。
Don't take it the wrong way.
物理的に接触することがどうしようもなく嫌なだけだから。
Don't take it the wrong way. It's just that I'm extremely reluctant to come into physical contact with you in any way.
危うくイギリスの文化を誤解するところでしたよ。
Wow, you're right. I almost did take that the wrong way.
歴史みたいなものなの。面倒でしょうけど、あなたが我慢してちょうだい。
I guess you could say I suffer from misophobia. It's a bit of a bother, but you'll just have to put up with it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, germophobia. That's what it is. Okay. Okay. I get that now. I've never heard it called that. I've always just heard it called germophobia, but that makes sense.
我慢しろって。
Just have to put up with it.
潔癖症で捜査官に
I mean,
務まる
is it really okay to have a detective who's scared of germs?
それじゃあ、挨拶はこの辺にして。
Well,
そろそろ行きましょう。
enough with the introductions. Shall we head inside?
私の後をしっかりついてきて。管理局の中は複雑な作りだから。
Ma'am! You'll have to follow close behind. The bureau is a bit of a maze, and I don't want to have to report a child gone missing.
なんだか変な人だな。まさかこの年になって迷子になるわけが。
There's something odd about this woman. As if, after all these years, I could still get lost. What do you mean?
迷子になった。
About that child gone missing? I'm
な
lost.
んだってこんな建物が存在してるんだ。どこに行っても同じ廊下に同じドアしかないのに案内の一つもない。
Who would make a building like this? No matter where I go, it's just the same hallway and the same doors. Plus, there's not a floor plan to be seen. Let's see. Do I have any clues? Let's go ahead and take a look at our badge real quick. So Notric Case, Mana Affairs Division. So he's a detective. Is there anything? Can I, like, flip the backside? Can I investigate it more? Okay. Full screen, windowed. I kind of want to up the text speed. Okay. So while we're here, I want to make a couple of notes. So the taxi driver. The taxi driver is one of the people that I have concerns about. So the taxi driver, driver's attitude, right? And then red fins, yeah. Mysterious. Attitude. There we go. And then one thing that I just want to put in here real quick is one of my things that I'm noticing that, you know, is a little odd for me is the dialogue itself is a little weak. Like, it just seems a little odd to me and kind of clunky. However, I believe that the developers are, like, fluent Japanese first, so it might just be the translations. But that could just be me, yeah? Okay.
レッドフィンズさんとは入り口ではぐれちゃったし、これだけ部屋があるのに誰一人すれ違う人もいない。どうしてなんだ？
I lost Miss Redfins right at the entrance. But with this many rooms, how are there exactly 0 people wandering the halls?
待てよ。あそこにあるのはまさか。
Oh, wait a tick. No way. Is
案
that...
内図。やっぱりこんなに広い建物なんだから案内図ぐらいあるよな。
a map of the building? Of course. You can't have a building this big without a single sign pointing the way. What?
なんなんだ。何が
What am
書い
I
てあるんだ？
seeing here exactly?
ここはイギリスだよな。どうしてわかる言葉で書かれてないんだ？
I'm in England, right? Why isn't this in
僕が
proper
おかしい。
English?
これが田舎者が知らない都会の流行りとか。
Am I the odd man out here? Has my hill... What? Okay. Pause a second. I hillbilly. I feel like is now I hold on. Before I carry on with this, um um okay. So hillbilly isn't necessarily um a slur, but it could be taken offensively depending on the context. Um, Most of the time people use the word hillbilly in ways of like calling somebody like dense, um, or any other word that is a slur along those lines, or just to be offensive about like general attitude. Um, that is so odd. That is such an odd use of phrasing. Has my hillbilly upbringing left me unfamiliar with the trends of the big city?
仕方ない。とりあえず入り口まで戻ろ
Whatever. Now at least I can get back to
う。レ
the
ッドフィンチさんが
entrance.
待ってるかもしれない。
Miss Redfins will probably be waiting for me there.
この案内図、読める人がいるから貼られているんだよな。
This map. It's here because someone's able to read it,
お
right?
そらく案内図に書かれているこれは
Then maybe the writing
こ
on
の職員
here
だけが知っている固有番号だろう。
must be a unique code that only the employees here can make sense
同
of.
じ件専任チームの部屋を探す方法がわかるかもしれない。
There must be some way for me to figure out where the Office of Mana Affairs Division
とりあえず
is.
僕もここの職員になったわけだから、
After all, I'm an employee here
今
now
僕が持
too.
っているものを一度確認してみよ
Let me have a look through my
う。
things.
絶対に手紙に同封されていたものの中に役に立つものがあるはずだ。
Certainly, there must be something enclosed in that parcel I received that could be
マナ
of
事件
some
専任チー
use.
ムの位置を表す情報を探して、その情報が示す場所を案内図で選ぼう。
I need to select the information pointing to the location of the Mana Affairs Division and then choose the place the information is leading me
2
to
つ
on
の
the
情
map.
報を組み合わせて答えを見つけるんだ。
If I can connect those two pieces of information, I'll be able to find my answer. As a mystery puzzle solving game, I don't really like that they're kind of spoon feeding me what I have to do. I feel that kind of takes away from the whole experience, but that could just be me. Alright, let's see. Select a document twice to pin it. When there is no question to answer, try to find clues within your documents. Then select Combine Clues button. Select a document twice to pin it. Pinning a document allows you to examine two documents at once. Pinned documents cannot be unselected without first unpinning them. Documents with clues selected are automatically pinned. Okay. So, should probably be Let's see. Um, So let's... Can I maybe... Oh, hold on. Let me unpin this because I think NA01. Combine clues. There, boom. Look at that. The code on my employee ID badge is formatted in a strikingly similar way to the codes on this map. Also, the name of my department is written right above the code, Mana Affairs Division. Would that make these letters and numbers the unique code assigned to our division? That certainly seems to be where it's pointing me. Seriously, it was the door right in front of me this whole time? I feel like I'm the supporting actor on a new TV show. Well, I guess I should head inside. Excuse me. Oh, hello, Byron. Dina. This reminds me of that Danny DeVito, clip meme thing, where it's like, and then I started blasting. Logical. What? Really? So, just like that, I found myself here. Makes sense for a rookie. Your accent is rather unique. You're not from here, are you? New Mexico? New Mexico? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just, it feels like the developers just kind of like pulled things out of a hat. Like, set location, London, main character, place of origin, oh, New Mexico. But New Mexico where? Is it New Mexico, like, New Mexico? Or is it, like, an in-game New Mexico? I worked for a private investigator down there. New Mexico? Then perhaps you'd prefer a cup of my finest black tea on ice.
申し訳ないんですが、紅茶じゃなくてコーヒーはありますか？
Sorry, but could I get a coffee instead of tea?
もちろん。ただ今の豆は古いから香りが弱くなっているだろう。新しい豆を持ってくるよ。
But of course, it's been a while since we brewed it though, so it's probably gone stale. Let me brew you a new pot.
そこまでしていただかなくても。その、
That's alright. Even stale is fine with me. I didn't catch your name?
コーカサス・ブリアンだ。このチームでは現場の調査を担当している。
Caucasus? Brian? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, it's a mountain. It's a mountain range. Caucasus. It is situated between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, comprising parts of southern Russia, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. I might have butchered that. Okay, real quick, I am going to take a quick second to run to the restroom. And I will be right back. Please bear with. Caucasus Brian, at your service. During our cases, I'm the man in charge of investigating the scene of whatever incident has taken place.
ありがとうございます。
Ah, thank
ブリア
you.
さん、お願いばかりで申し訳ないんですが、
Detective Brian, how should I put this? I'm sorry to be such a
あ
bother,
の方
but
にちょっと拳銃をしまうように言ってい
could
ただけ
you
ませんか？
ask your colleague to put away her revolver?
おう、これ気にしないで。マニュアル通りにしているだけだから。
Ah, this revolver? You don't need to let it worry you. I'm just
それ
following
じゃあ
protocol.
うちはしませんよね。
So, you're not going to shoot me?
私はテナ・ヘルベネス。主に取り調べを担当してるんだ。テナって呼んで。
Ah ha 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 ha. The name's Thena Venice? My main charge is interrogations, so just call me Thena.
お会いできて光栄です、テナさん。ところで、うちはしないんですよね。
Nice to meet you, Detective Thena, but again, you're not gonna shoot me, right?
はっきり言った方がいい？
Hmm. Would you like the honest answer?
いえ。
No.
疑うようで悪いんだが、チーム長が戻ってきて君の身元が確認できるまではこうしているつもりだ。管理局はセキュリティが厳重だからな。
Sorry to doubt you, but until the detective sergeant gets back and is able to confirm your identity, we'll be staying just like this. The Bureau is strict when it comes to security.
コーヒーは口にあったかな？
More importantly, I hope the coffee is to your liking.
その狭間の味ですね。
In the spectrum of life and death, the taste falls somewhere in the middle.
それはかなり抽象的な表現だな。
Quite an abstract way of describing it.
僕はかなりストレートな表現だと思いますけど。
I actually find the description to be quite on the
そ
money.
のチーム長という方はいつ頃お戻りになりますか？
So, when is this sergeant of yours supposed to get here?
さっき外で会ったと言わなかったか？
Didn't you meet her outside a short time ago?
レッドフィンズさん？まさかチーム長って。
Miss Redfins? No way. Then by sergeant, they mean...
私のことだけど。
Indeed, that's
普
me.
通そういうのは一番最初に言うものじゃないのか？
I mean, isn't that something she should have led with?
ここはどうやって見つけたの？
How do you find your way here?
探していたのに
I went out looking for you, but I had no idea you'd find your way here before I could catch up.
社員証に書かれていた番号と案内図を照らし合わせて見つけました。
I found the place by comparing the code on my ID badge to the codes on the building's floor
社員
plan.
証？ああ、部署のコードを見たのね。ところで、どうして銃を突きつけられながらコーヒーを飲んで
Your ID badge? Oh, you noticed the department codes. But, why are you sipping on that coffee at gunpoint?
僕も同じ疑問を持っています。
I was just about to bring that up.
晴れたようだね。失礼した。
Looks like you've been cleared of suspicion. Excuse us for that. Oh. Uh.
ああ、ごめんごめん。危うく
Yeah,
別に
sorry.
別に
We
見られるとこだ
just
ったね。
about held your welcoming ceremony and your yeah, sorry. We just about held your welcoming ceremony and your farewell ceremony at the same time.
笑えない冗談だな。
Well, there's a joke I can't laugh
そ
at.
れにしても突然ですね。新人が来るなんて話は聞いていませんでしたが。
Sarge, this is all sort of sudden. I haven't heard a word of a new recruit
私も2
joining
週間前に
us.
初めて聞いたの。課長からね。
I only heard word 20 minutes ago myself from the Detective Chief Inspector, no
まっ
less.
たく相変わらずだね。
Of course, I wouldn't expect any
増
different.
員自体はありがたい。2年前からずっと
Still, we should be thankful for the extra hands on deck. It's just been the 3 of us for 2 years now.
みんな挨拶はしたわね。こちらのノートは今日から私たちと一緒に働くことになった。
You've all had a chance to introduce yourselves, right? Our friend Note here is going to be joining our investigation team starting from today.
ノートリックケース。
It's no trick. No trick
はい
case.
はい。覚えておくわね、ノート。
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. It's no trick. As in, there's no trick case for him. Give me just 1 second, guys. My little non-microphone thing isn't coming up. That's
好きなよ
boo.
うに呼んでください。
Call me what you will.
おう、それはそうと一番大切なことをまだ聞いてなかったよね。
Now that I'm thinking about it, we haven't heard the most important thing yet.
一番大切なことですか。
The most important thing?
スキルのことだよ、スキル。
I'm talking about
あ
your
なたはどんな
skill.
ことができるの？
What is it? What can you
スキル
do?
っていうと
My skills? Well,
特別に何か技術を学んだこと
I
はない
haven't
です。
really learned any
生まれ
special
故郷を離れた
skills.
のは
And
今回が初めて
honestly,
なの
this
で
is
す。
my first time leaving my hometown.
ああ、重機の免許はありますけど、役に立ちますか？
I do have a license to operate heavy machinery. Maybe that will be of some help. Maybe. And we're actually gonna put that in our little notes here because I feel like that's not a coincidence. Yeah. Player has license to operate heavy machinery. I don't know if that'll come in handy, but we're gonna assume that it will. You must be joking.
ああ、やっぱり必要なかったか、重機。
I guess they wouldn't need that, huh? Heavy
そ
machinery.
のまさかと思って聞くんだが、ケース、君はステッパーじゃないのか？
I'm just asking this to be certain, but Mr. Case, are you not a staffer?
違いますが。
No, I'm not.
何か問題があるんですか？
Is that gonna be a
そう
problem?
ね。問題っていうより
I see. Well, it's less of a problem
クビね、あなた。
and more like you're fired.
はい。
Excuse me?
マナ。世の中の法
the substance that twisted the laws governing this world. The strange anomalies that followed in its wake were called miracles in one era, and magic in another. In the current era, such events are collectively referred to as phenomena. Along with these phenomena, the one showing a marked increase in recent days is the mana-wielding humans known as staffers. The staffers are able to wield mana how they please from birth, born with a superpower, if you will. And in London, where you're currently headed, roughly 10% of the population are staffers, making the city with the highest population of staffers. However, though it hosts such an eclectic mix of people, there is a force that allows London society to continue to function. An agency that manages to and controls all phenomena, including those involving staffers. That agency is none other than the Phenomena Bureau, commonly referred to as the Bureau. Notrick, I know it's in your nature to be unable to leave a riddle unsolved, so I won't try to stop you from going to London. However, a word of caution. You will see things that you've never seen before. And one thing I'm sure of, that includes some things you'll wish you've never seen. This is Staffer Case. Mana Affairs Division. It's been a while since we've had drama. I wonder if Note's on his boat back home by now. I'm, go right here. Ah, so you are, but if you don't hurry, you're gonna miss your boat. I'm not going back. Plus, I took a plane here, not a boat. And why? Why are you suddenly firing me? It's just, you're no staffer, so we don't need you. Sarge, that remark is somewhat misleading. Then, Brian, you can kick him out. Nicely. Mr. Case, have you heard word of what exactly our mana division does? From what in the letter I received, you all get cases that normal investigators can't solve. That's precisely it. There are some among staffers able to take the life of another human being without leaving a single scrap of evidence. No matter how hard you try, a normal person could never hope to solve such cases. Cases resolving around phenomena, we call such cases mana affairs. When police realize that they have a mana affair on their hands, they hand over the jurisdiction to the likes of us. The likes of us? Does that mean you're all... That's right, we're all staffers, the three of us. I'm beginning to understand. The Mana Affairs Division is able to solve cases that can't be solved through normal means. In other words, all of you are able to use your supernatural talents to investigate crimes.
それを私たちはスキルって呼んでる。
The phenomena you would label supernatural talents
超
we
能
call
力とか魔
skills.
法って言ったら
Calling
いいみたい
it
じゃない？
supernatural or magical makes it sound a bit cultish, don't you
そうか
think?
さっき聞かれたスキルってそういう意味だったんだな。
I see. When she asked about my skill before, that's what she was
あ
talking
あ、
about.
大体わかったでしょ。どんなに頭の回転が速かろうが、重機免許があろうが、普通の手段では解
You're
決できない
starting to
事
catch
件もあ
on,
るわ。
huh? No matter how fast your brain might work or how well you drive heavy machinery, friend, there are just some cases that can't be
ステッパ
solved
ーの
through
中には
ordinary
透
means.
明人間もいるし、
There are some
スーパー
staffers who
移動
go
する人もいる。
invisible and some who can
あな
teleport.
ただって
You can't say with
そんな人たちの
confidence you'll be able to
犯行を明ら
catch
かにする
such
自信
criminals,
はない
can't
でしょ。
you?
おお、無事に着いたようだね。
Oh, I've seen you made it all
長
right.
旅ご苦労だったケース。今は
You've made
ケース
quite the
捜
long
査
journey, Mr. Case. Actually, I guess that's Detective Constable Case
こ
now.
の人は探偵事務所に連絡して
Here's
僕
the
をスカウ
man
トした捜査
who
官は
reached out to my old investigations office, scouting me as an addition to his team of detectives, making
課
him
長ですよね。
Detective Chief
そ
Inspector.
うか。
Sir?
こうして直接話すのは初めてだったね。
Ah, this is our first chance to be able to talk face to face, huh?
いいタイミングだ。上司が採用すると言えば、ここの人たちもさすがに逆らえないだろう。
Good timing. If the chief insists on my being hired on, these people can do nothing to stop his
資
decision.
本主義のやり方ってやつを
Show
見
these
せてやってく
cretins
ださい。
all the unsavory flavors of our capitalistic might, Chief. What the fuck? What?
課長、こんなめちゃくちゃな仕事ぶりでよく顔を見せられますね。
Seriously, Chief? How dare you show your face after turning our job on its head
ちょう
like
ど今
this?
課長には何の期待もしなくなりましたよ。
But of course, I've lost all expectations I've ever had of getting any sort of help from
さ
you.
らに評判を落とす前にそろそろ引退されてはどうですか？
How about you just retire before things get even uglier?
クーデターを起こされる寸前の雰囲気じゃないですか。
Chief? Public opinions of you seem to be on the level of a coup
これ
d'etat.
はこれは。新人がやってきてみんな浮かれているようだな。
Look at the lot of you. I guess the rookie joining us has got you all
その
worked
件
up.
について課長の真意をお尋ねしたいんですが、ステッパーでもないのに捜査官として採用した理由は何でしょうか？
Actually, I was just about to ask you your intent with this one. Why exactly did you hire a new detective who's not even a
レ
staffer?
ッドフィンズチーム長、それはケース捜査官を認めることはできないという意味かな。
Sergeant Redfins, are you meaning to say you don't wish to take on Detective Constable
Hi.
Case? That's right.
ちょっとはためらって欲しかったんだが。
I could have used even the slightest hint of hesitation here.
では、こうしよう。君たちがケース捜査官をテストする。
Then let's try this out. You are all gonna give Detective Case here a test. A test?
ケース捜査官がそのテストに
If Detective Case passes your little test, you'll let him on the team and accept him as an equal, of course. If he fails, you can do with him how you please. How's that? Fair?
そのテストの内容は私が
Regarding the contents of said test, is that up to me? Do whatever you please. This kid's a
いや、
genius.
天才ってほどでは。
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm a genius.
今ブリアンと一緒に捜査している事件があるわね。
Lena, you and Brian are in the middle of a case, aren't you?
サーカス
You're talking about the circus homicide?
ちょっと
Hold up. Are you serious right
前
now?
に話してた資料
That evidence you were willing to tell me about before? Show it to know.
私忙しいんだけど
I'm kind of busy.
では、頑張りたまえ。
Looks like you all have your work cut out for you. Tell me how it turns out.
また仕事を増やして逃げたな。
Once again, making his escape after giving us a bunch of work to do.
落ち着かないけど。その
All
テ
of
スト
this is a
合
bit
格すれば
chaotic.
僕も
But if
ここ
I
にいられる
pass this test, that means I'll be able to stay on,
わかりま
right?
した僕を試すってことですよね
Okay. So you are gonna give me a test, right? What do I have to do?
そうね。まずはこの文章を見て。
Before we get to that, take a look at this document for me.
これ何の文書ですかこの写真に写っている
What sort of document is this, and who's this a
こ
picture
れは
of?
管理情報というもの
This is a bureau
ストッ
file.
パーの超自然
It
的な
lists all of each staffer's supernatural abilities, laying out what skill they
マナ
have.
事件の捜査の基本に
It's
な
one
る
of the main documents we use to investigate any sort of phenomena that
スト
might
ッパーは
occur.
みんな
Each
自分
and
の管
every
理情報
staffer
を
must
文
carry
章と
around
一緒に
their
持ち歩く
bureau file with their
これは偽
identity
造でき
card.
ない材質でできている
These
から
files are crafted from a material that can't be forged.
事
So
件
if
に
you
関わって
interpret
い
the
るストッパー
information
は
listed here
どんなスキ
correctly,
ルを持
you
ってい
can
るかわか
understand
る
what sort of skills the staffer involved in your
こ
case
の
may
管理
have.
情報はユリア・
The
ゲラー
information on this document is about Yulia Geller.
今私たちが捜査中の殺人事
He
件
is the person who found the body in the case we are currently investigating and one of our main suspects.
トランプ
Geller is a
という
clown
サーカス団のピエロ
employed by...
事件はそのサーカス団
Oh. I would like to also just go back a little bit, to say that I feel like, they just kind of pulled some landmarks out of a hat on this one. Anyway, Geller is a clown employed by the Trump Tower Circus. Hold on. This could be taken in so many different ways. Oh. Hold on. I can't stop. I can't stop laughing. Give me a second. This could be taken in a couple of different ways. Either they just pulled Trump Tower out of a hat, like I mentioned, right? Or it could be political commentary, because this game came out in like 2023, which was in the middle of his last term. So it could be political commentary, but like the fact that they chose Trump Towers. Oh, okay. Okay. Let me... Oh boy. This is great. This is great. I love this already. Let me just like get back in here real quick. Wow.
被害者はサーカス団の団
The victim was none other than the ringleader of the
ジャン・ヘンリー・
circus.
フーディ
His name was Jean Henry Houdin.
事件の詳細については後で説明する
You know what? I feel like they just took some of the most popular things in in pop culture in some like historically relevant places and just rolled with it. But it's turning out great. It's turning out great. I'll give you the Sorry, I started dying. I'll give you the details of the case later on, but first I'd like to continue my explanation of bureau files. Under the staffer's name we've got the name of the staffer's skill written out. Geller's skill is what the bureau has named indiscernible object manipulation. What sort of skill is that? The name doesn't really spell out what that entails. According to statements gathered from those who know her, her skill allows her to manipulate objects through some unseen force. Basically, she's got telekinesis. So why can't you just write telekinesis? Do you think it's somehow more professional to describe her skills like this? We'd never do such a thing. And don't you think you're being a little harsh? There are 1,000 staffers able to move objects around without touching them in London alone. We have to take an academic approach to the naming because filing them all under such overarching words as telekinesis does nothing to distinguish the subtleties of their skills. You can usually infer what sort of skill a staffer has by the name listed on their file, though there are occasional exceptions like this one. So if you can't understand from the name of the skill like this one, you won't be able to understand what the staffer's skill is. In cases like this, details about the staffer's skill can be found through the course of the investigation. Yulia Geller has been using her skill to perform acrobatic stunts at the circus. So it was easy to find out that her indiscernible object manipulation equals telekinesis. If that's the case, I'm not sure why we even have these files, but anyway, I follow. Then how about we take a look at the bottom part? Threat level. The threat level of each staffer is ranked by the risk posed by his or her skill. If they pose no threat, they're labeled unharmed. Unarmed. If their risk of harm is that of an edged weapon, they're layered Bowie. If they pose the same danger as a small firearm, they're labeled Colt. The threat of their skills are all compared to weapons. Staffers with a high threat level, some restrictions placed upon them that could interfere with normal life. Yulia Geller is rated Colt. Does that really mean her skills are as dangerous as someone wielding a pistol? Next comes the skills range. This shows how far the staffer's skill can reach. In Miss Geller's case, she can only manipulate objects that are within 2 meters of her. What is that in freedom units? 2 meters. So that's only like 6.5 feet. Okay. That's not terribly far. The catalyst section below shows what the staffer needs to use a particular skill. But in Geller's case, she doesn't need anything for hers, so we'll skip that. Last of all, we have a section to write anything of note about the skill that isn't included in the above sections. The info in this section can vary widely depending on the skill on a person's bureau file. If the skill were about controlling something, we'd have information about the substance that can be controlled. If the skill were about creating something, we'd have info on what can be created. So, shall we wrap up our explanation here? This information seems overly simplified. Aren't there any documents with a bit more detail on them? There are, but this is the limit that we're able to obtain at our clearance level, since the investigations department is still classified as experimental within the Bureau. We don't have much in the way of clearance. I see. So what's the test that goes along with this? The reason I'm showing you Yulia Geller's bureau file is because the woman is our prime suspect in the investigation so far. We have 3 reasons for thinking this. Now, let me show you the evidence that we've gathered on her one at a time. You have to look at this evidence and figure out 3 reasons why we currently suspect Yulia Geller. I want to find out if I'll be any help on a real case. What do you think? Up to the task? If I say no, will you switch the test to something else? Not a chance. Then I've got no choice but to do it. Though I didn't really want you to change the test in the first place. Go. Then you're confident. You can use all that confidence to get you back home. So that's an okay from him? Then let's show him this first. This is a testimony? Miss Geller gave a statement? The name of the witness is Yulia Geller, and the document seems to be explaining the circumstances of the witness finding the body. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary witness statement. This part, the column, it says heartbeat. What does that mean? Oh, he's pretty sharp, huh? About the abnormal heartbeat column. It gives me a place to check when I detect a change in the witness's heart rate. Much of the evidence collected by the Minot Affairs Division is acquired using the skills of investigators. And this is a special witness statement written using my own special skill. My skill is precision vibration detection. When any potential suspect makes a statement, I use my skills to keep track of their pulse. Using skills to collect evidence and fill out documents? Then what's it mean when you record the witness has an abnormal heartbeat? Basically, she's the human lie detector test. When I detect an abnormal heartbeat, it's for one of 3 reasons. The witness is either in an agitated state, they're talking about something emotional like murder or death, or the witness is lying. I see. So you're like a lie detector. No. I'm way more accurate than those hunks of junk. You shouldn't say such things. Thena has a bit of a standing rivalry with lie detectors. Do not. That aside, there's one odd part of this witness statement. Point out the section that's misleading us. Find and point out the section that's leading us to suspect her. That's the first part of this test. If they're choosing to show me this document, there must be some sort of falsehood recorded inside of her statement. If I pay attention to the times when the heart rate is abnormal, I should be able to find the lie in her statement. However, lying isn't the only reason for the fluctuations in our heartbeat, so I've got to be careful. The false part of her statement and the abnormal heartbeat to prove it. If there's some sort of contradictory information here, I'll be able to link the two things. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's look at the witness statement. Hold on. Let's go ahead and pin this. Right? Let's go ahead and pin this. And then let's pull up the witness. Let me see. Can I unpin this real quick? Can I pull up any information on the ringleader? There's nothing in the conversation that caught my eye. Okay, that's just there. Alright, so let's break this down. So we've got two abnormal heart rhythms here. Let's see. I was the first there to find him like that. If the statement sounds... I came to see him at 9 o'clock to bring him his coffee. Let's take a look at her thing real quick, yeah? Okay. So... I was the first there to find him like that. Okay. That could just be, so as far as I was the first to find him there like that, she's telling the truth here. Most likely, right? So she's telling the truth most likely here. What does the hint do? The witness statement. I got that. I got that. Right? Yeah. Okay, so... why is she bringing him a coffee at 9 o'clock at night? Maybe this... combine clues. Okay. So that explains that. This part of the statement is a bald-faced lie. I thought it was gonna let me take one of the other ones. Okay, so we've looked at the evidence, and see, here's the thing though, because that definitely does not make sense in the slightest. Like, that's just really confusing to me. Alright, so here is where we're at. So, looking at the case file, we have determined that she was lying on the fact that she brought him a coffee at 9 at night. Why is she bringing somebody a coffee at 9 p.m.? Oh, that was a quick answer. Shall we have a look? Why exactly do you think this part is a lie? Pathetic. No, it's not like that. We don't know if he just got lucky. We can't pass him until we get a convincing explanation as to why. If I have to explain my reasoning behind the thought, the witness statement contains 2 instances of abnormal heartbeats. The second part is where she visits the crime scene to bring him coffee. And the fourth part where she denies committing the murder. If the fourth part denying the murder were a lie, this would be an open and shut case. However, since she used the emotion-laced word kill in the fourth part, there's a highly likelihood that her heart rate would spike anyway. In other words, it's hard to figure out the true reason behind the abnormal heartbeat there. You detected an abnormal heartbeat there, but that doesn't necessarily prove that this part of the statement was a lie. You catch on quick. However, unlike the fourth part of the statement, she doesn't use any sort of emotion-provoking words. And there's no part of it that's worth getting worked up over. Yet you have detected an abnormality in her heart rate, meaning this part of the statement is a lie. In other words, she did not visit the crime scene to bring coffee to the victim. That's quite suspicious. That's right. You found our answer. I also had my suspicions about Geller's statement and continued to question the suspect. Here are the results of my interrogation. Another statement. Just from one look at the document, I can see your witness got very worked up. That's right, a witness is excited or agitated. I detect strange heartbeats, whether the statement is true or not. So we're unable to tell whether the testimony is true or not with the document alone. At times like these, we've got to bring in some other evidence. So I think I better take over the explanation from here. Don't go getting smug just because you beat me. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the runt of the litter. I'm not. How am I smug? Plus, that wasn't exactly something to win or lose over. You already called yourself the runt of the litter, so why not accept it? Pathetic. Shut up. People always pick winners and losers. Hurry up, Brian, and show them the data you got.
あまり誰かを試すような
Alright,
ことはし
I
たくない
guess I
んだ。
will. I do hate to judge
簡単に
others.
済ませられる問
But
題では
that
ない
was
から
part of the
理解
problem
してもらえるとありがたい。
I couldn't simply overlook.
さあ、ケース。これは2つ目の
Here you go, Case, your second test.
これは
This must be a photo of the crime scene.
机にうつ伏せで倒れて
The
いるのは
person slumped over the desk must be the victim of the case we're investigating. Also, we're currently saying Yulia Geller is our prime suspect, right?
被害者は
From the picture of the victim, was the cause of death this blow to his head?
この緑色の
What's all the
インクは
green
事件
ink
現場に
though?
残されていた痕跡
Those are the
を表し
pieces
た
of trace evidence left behind at the scene of the crime scene. Fingerprints, footprints, scratches, and more.
種類は様々だけどね。
We've got all sorts of forensic
僕のスキル
clues.
は痕跡を
My
は
skill
っ
is
きり
to
させて、他の人たちが状況を
accentuate
よく
various
把握で
clues
きる
so
ように
that
するもの
others
だ
can
から
easily see what
スキ
they
ルを
are.
使って見つけた
Using
痕
my
跡
skill,
を
I can make
こうやって
records of
事件現
clues
場の
I
写真と
find
一
on
緒
the
に記録
photos
しているんだ。
of crime scenes like
僕
this.
たちは痕跡写真と呼んでいるよ。
We call them trace photos. It's skill to find clues. Besides just staffers, this might be possible for anybody to do given enough time. Yet, perhaps, it's not just about finding the evidence either. The time the trace evidence was left is written here too.
よくわかったな。
Nice catch.
僕のスキルを使って
My
見
skill
える
makes
痕
clues
跡は
appear
経過
to
時間
shift
によ
in
って
color and
明に
brightness
なる
depending on how
そ
much
れを
time
分
has
析し
passed.
て
Then
痕
I
跡の
analyze
動きを
all of that
確認しろ。
information and determine when each trace was made or left. So he organizes the information to produce these trace photos. That would certainly help out an
本題に
investigation.
戻ると、この痕跡写真には
Back
他
to
の
the
文書
point.
と矛盾
This
する
trace
情報が
photo
一つ
contains a piece of information that contradicts another piece of
それを探し
evidence.
出すのが2番目の
Let's
テス
call
ト
finding
と
that
いうことにしよう。
contradiction your second test.
わかりました。
Alright.
考えてみよう。
Let's think about the information on this trace photo, found and organized by Brian himself. There can be no mistakes on his end. And if a document contains something that contradicts this photo, it's the information on the document that's wrong. The information on this trace photo will help us find lies on other documents. And given the fact that we have only found something involving time, so let's go ahead and pin this, right? Because we need this. Now, before we do anything, let's take a look at the second. The victim always took a cup of coffee at 9 p.m. Okay, that sounds right. Because there's no agitation there. Let's see. So it's not in this one. Let's check the original witness statement. Specifically, I came here to see him at 9 o'clock to bring him his coffee. So, left at 6 p.m., 7:30. Houdin, footprints from Geller, strong impact. Handprint from a gloved hand, square-shaped impression. Let's see. So the footprints left from Geller is where's number 6? So those are coming in, right? So he comes in. So he comes into the room at 6. Um, Geller's footprints left at 7:30. Hold on. So, this is weird because I came to see him at 9 o'clock. But if her footprints left, it doesn't say, so she was already in his office. So she left and came back. So he showed up at 6. So they were in his office at around 6:30. So she had came and left in the course of a half an hour and then came back 3 hours later. And then during this particular segment, there was like cleanup and impact. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and pin that. And then we're also gonna pin this, and I think that's gonna be it. Combination failed. Left at 9 o'clock. I'm so confused. Why didn't that work? Let's take a look at the second witness statement. Oh, wait. Is it this? Is it maybe this? Let's combine those. Oh, you son of a bitch. Is it? There we go. That's what it was.
わかりました。
I've got it.
もう少し考えてもらって。
大丈夫です。この
That's
痕跡
quite
写真と
alright.
矛盾
The
している
document
文章
contradicting
この陳述です
this trace photo is the
どの
witness
部分
statement.
が矛盾しているのか、正確な説明をお願い
Would
し
you
て
like
も
to
いい
point to a specific part of the statement and explain what's contradictory about it?
テナさんが新しく聞き出した追加
In
の
the
陳述
additional witness statement Thena got, there's this one part that stands out. It says, I had no other reason to visit the scene that day. Given Miss Geller's agitated state, it's impossible to judge the validity of that statement based on the abnormal heartbeat alone. However, by looking at this trace photo, we can now see that this part of her statement was false. This trace photo clearly shows footprints Miss Yulia Geller left behind. One part is, as Miss Geller said, we can see there are footprints left at 9 o'clock. If the statement that she had no other business with the deceased that day were true, those would be the only footprints she left at the crime scene that day. But that's simply not the case. There was another set of footprints left behind at 7:30. One set of footprints at 7:30, and one set of footprints at 9 o'clock. Miss Geller visited the scene of the crime twice that day, so her statement that she only visited a single time is clearly a lie. There's your contradiction between the two documents. What do you think?
もしかして間違って
Am I
ますか
wrong?
いや、正解だ。それ
No.
ほど難しい問
That
題じゃ
that
な
is
かった
indeed
が
the answer.
この
It
短い
wasn't the
時間
most
でよく
difficult
そ
of
こまで
problems,
考え
but
ら
you
れた。
delved so far into this in such a short time.
君が言った通り、ユ
As
リア・
you
ゲラー
said,
は19時
Yulia
30分
Geller
の現場
did
にい
visit
て
the crime scene
それ
at
について追求
7:30.
したが
We
結
questioned
局
her
口を
about
割
it,
ら
but
な
she
かっ
wouldn't
た。
say a
被害者が
word.
現場に戻ってきた時間は
The
18時
victim entered
そ
the
の
room
後
at
出て行った
6
足跡は
o'clock.
なかったから
Since the victim left
19
no
時半には
footprints
被害者
leaving the
が部屋の
room,
中にい
we
た
can
らしい
safely say he was still in the room at 7:30.
その時
We
二人
don't
の
know
間で
exactly
何が
what
起きたのか
happened
は分
inside
から
the
ない
room at that time,
堂
but
々
it's
と話せ
certainly
るこ
but
と
it
じゃ
was
ない
certainly
実
nothing to
は
write
それ
home
で
about.
皆さんはゲラー
So
さんが
that's why
犯人
you
だ
all
と
suspect
疑っているん
Miss
ですか
Geller is the
ああ、それ
culprit.
もあるけど。
Well, there's that, but also Yulia Geller is the only one is the only person who could have committed this crime in the first place.
ほら、この写真を見て。
Here, take another
被害
look
者
at the
に近づい
photo.
た足跡
There
は
are no other
ユリア・ゲラー
footprints
の
that
ものしか
approach the
ないじゃ
victim
ない
besides Yulia Geller's,
そ
right?
うですか
Yeah, that's clearly the case. Though I do remember a set of footprints labeled
そ
Houdini.
れは被害者の名前。
That's the name of the
この
victim.
写真の中で可愛すぎた
Sad
だけ
sap
で
slumped over at his
現
desk
場
in
に
the
被害者
picture.
の足跡が残っているのは当たり前でしょ。
It's obvious that we'd have the victim's footprints at the scene of the crime, right?
はいそうですね
Yeah, that's right.
それじゃあ、ここでもう一度考えてみよう。
So let's think this through.
残っている足跡を見ると、
Judging from the footprints we have on record, only 2 people entered the scene of the crime that day.
被害者、ジャン・ヘンリー・フーディと
The victim, Jean Henry
容
Houdin,
疑者であるユリア
and our
ゲラー。
suspect,
写
Yulia
真を見
Geller.
たらわかるだろうけど、
As you can see from the picture, a bunch of water was spilled at the
ゲ
scene
ラ
of the
ーはあ
crime.
えてそれを
Yep,
踏んでまで
stepped in
被
the
害
pool of
者に
water
近づい
before
足を
approaching the
濡らしてまで
victim.
被害者に接近する理由
But why would she get her
なんだと思う？
but why would she risk getting her shoes wet to get behind the
頭を殴
victim?
ろうと思ったら近づかないと
Obviously
いけない
because she
から
got
だよ。
close enough to whack him in the head. Incorrect. Incorrect.
テナそういうの
Thena,
全部話して
if you
しま
keep going, we'll have nothing left for the third test. Eek! I got sort of carried away there, but I'll cut it out. Sorry, I just couldn't rein in these fascinating reasoning skills of mine. So, what's that mean for my test? Unfortunately, since our investigation is still in progress, we've got no more information to show you, so until our investigation continues, we have no choice but to stop the test.
事務長、ちょっと本題
Sarge.
からそれた話になりますが、
If I may change the subject for a
この事
moment,
件、これ以上
this
捜査す
case,
る
I
必要は
don't
な
think
い
it
と思い
calls
ます
for further
どういう意味
investigation.
かしら
What do you
ユリア
mean?
が犯人であ
At
る
the
ことは
current conjecture, we can say with near certainty that Yulia
これ以
Geller
上
is our
この捜査を
culprit.
続けるよりも
Rather than
警察
pressing
に任
forward
せて
with our
他の事
investigation,
件に
let's
力を
hand
入れ
this
て
off
は
to the
どうでしょう
police and turn our focus to our other
あ、
cases.
それは私も賛
Oh, I
成。
definitely agree
ま
with
だ
you
手
on
も
that.
つけてない
We're
事件が
practically
たくさんあ
drowning
る
in
じゃん。
cases we haven't touched
それ
yet.
は違うと思います
I can't agree
ユ
with
リ
you
ア・
all
ゲラ
on
ーさ
that.
んは有力な容疑者ではあ
It's
ります
quite natural to point the finger at Yulia Geller as your prime suspect, but I think Detective Thena overlooked a piece of information during her explanation of her third reason for suspecting Miss
ど
Geller.
うして？完璧じゃ
You
なかっ
mean my rationale wasn't
見
spot
過ごされ
on?
た部分なんて
She
そんなの
overlooked
あった
something.
ええ一般的には
She
皆さんの
did.
論理であっています
Generally speaking, her
ユリア・
logic
ゲラ
would
ー
be
という人に限っては
but would be correct. But since I can't speak. She did. Generally speaking, her logic would be correct. But since this is Yulia Geller we're speaking of,
論理が合わない
we must say that Thena's logic doesn't hold water.
それじゃあ
So you found a hole in her logic. But would you mind explaining what that might
こ
be?
のレコーダーには少し
This tape recorder has everything we just said a moment ago, recorded on it.
あなたが気
Print
に入
out
った
the
部
part
分を
that
印刷
stands
して
out
み
to you.
印
After
刷
you
され
print
た
it out,
録音
point
デー
out
タ
which part of the
こ
transcript
の
seems
印刷
odd.
ボタンを押したらいいんですよね。印刷した録音データで気になる点を選択して
So I selected the part of the transcript that stands out and is used to in connection with another piece of evidence. If I want to defend this argument, I'll say support, but if I oppose the argument, I'll pick oppose and connect the piece of evidence that supports my opposition. But like I said, we already know this. She would have had no reason to get behind Jean if her bureau file states that she has a range max of 2 meters, right? So if I go in here and I go to print, right? She didn't need to be close enough to whack him on the head. She wouldn't have to get behind him. I called it.
ユリア・ゲラーさんは
It's the part about Yulia Geller risking her shoes getting wet in order to get close to the victim.
その理由が
You thought the
被害者の
reason
頭を
might
上げ
be
るためだと思っているんですよね。
the reason she might do that was to whack him on the head, right?
普通は床が
Right,
濡れ
if
てい
there's
た
a
ら
puddle in the
拭い
floor,
て
you
もいい
normally just take the long way around it, right? But her getting so close to the victim is something we can't really explain without the action of some sort of a special reason. Right, I agree. However, she might not have approached the victim with the intent of killing him. What are you basing that assumption
ス
on?
キルです。
The suspect's skill.
スキル
非可視性物体操作。
Indiscernible object manipulation. A rather peculiar name, but you said it's basically just telekinesis, right? She's able to use it up to 2 meters away. For a person with that ability to wield such a skill, would she even have to approach the victim to hit him in the head? Called it.
皆さんのおっしゃる通り
As you all said, such circumstantial evidence regarding the suspect approaching the victim would only add more suspicion to the accused under normal circumstances. However, that's not the case with Yulia Geller. Our suspect wouldn't need to get close to the victim.
念動力を使える
You're
のに
right.
わざわざ
With her powers of telekinesis, she wouldn't have to approach her victim to hit him 100, no, 1,000 times. I don't think she needed to hit him that many times, but I digress. She had no need to approach the victim yet. She's approached the victim anyway, assuming Miss Geller is the culprit. It's a rather unnatural action for her to carry out. As things stand, we cannot conclude that Miss Geller is our culprit. Still, there is no way that we can say for sure that our culprit used any skills. Maybe they forewent skills in favor of an ordinary blow.
使わなかったという
Yet, we can't say for certain that no skills were used either.
現場の
Plus,
床に
you said the floor was wet, right?
現場に足跡が残るかもしれないです。
With wet shoes, you'd have no idea what sort of footprints you'd be
現
leaving
場には
behind.
ユリア・ゲラーさんの足跡が残っていて
In fact, Yulia Geller's footprints being left behind at the scene of the crime led both Detective Thena and Detective Brian to suspect Miss
犯行
Geller.
に及ぶ人が
Would a person looking to commit a crime take that risk? Especially if she had the means of killing her victim without getting too close to him.
使わない方がおかしいです。
It would be more odd for her not to use that skill. I love the close-ups. Okay.
部屋に入らなくても犯行に及べるステッパーはいくらでもいる
Let's go ahead and just sort of recap where we sit right now as far as the case goes. Okay? So we have Yulia Geller, a telekinetic clown that has the ability to reach up to 6 meters away. Okay. Let's... So, before I get, like, super into this, I just want to, like, give some thoughts and comments on the game so far. I really like this. I can understand that the dialogue is a little yeah. But I also do appreciate that the mechanics are really nice. They're a little confusing at first, but they are really nice. I do like it. Now, I wish they wouldn't be so direct with some things. I would kind of like to struggle a little bit. However, that is probably just me. Like, I feel like this game would have absolutely benefited from just the typical, like, RPG vagueness, I would say. But however, it's nice. It is a nice game and it's really entertaining. Like, they have it is enough to keep focus without being boring, if that makes sense. So I would like one thing that I would like to do um before we continue. I would like to see what other games I would like to see what other games this developer has. Oh, they have another game called Staffer Retro. They have another one. This is apparently like a whole fucking series. Oh, that's wild. Okay. Um, they also have a couple of other games too. Do they have any upcoming releases? So they have, oh, Staffer Retro is coming out July 22nd. They have a free demo. They have another game called Dice Eater that's out. That actually came out last year. This is interesting. Dice Eater is a card game based around supernatural powers. I'm actually gonna add this to my wish list. That's cool. Anyway, let's get back into this. Yeah? Okay. Let's give a little bit of a recap. So, what we know about this case so far is our number one suspect right now is Yulia Geller. She is a clown with the hilariously named Trump Tower Circus. I wish I was making that up. And she is accused of committing crimes against the ringleader and killing him, right? So the idea is that she has lied about seeing him and finding the body. She was only there once. She has lied about that. So she was there more than once. She was there more than once. She would not open up about why she was there earlier in the night to talk to the ringleader. The assumption up to this point is that she snuck behind the ringleader and basically bashed him over the head. So the rumor was that she went behind the ringleader and bashed him in the head. But that doesn't make sense because she's telekinetic and wouldn't have to get that close. So there is a discrepancy there. So we have a new basis to move into this new investigation. It's true that Yulia Geller is still a suspect, but as long as there are doubts to be raised, I believe this case must remain open. I think you're right about that. If Geller wasn't our culprit, we'd be in a real pickle. I apologize for having it brought up. Recently, the amount of cases assigned to our department has increased remarkably. I must have grown impatient. We needn't worry about that though, right? After all, we've got another hand on deck now. Sergeant, does that mean... Honestly, I was thinking I'd fail you and send you home no matter how you did on the test. Ugh, you snake in the grass. However, you've grown on me a little. That may be true for me, but there aren't any objections from you two. He spotted a flaw in our logic. I can see no other reason to object his joining up with us. Here, here. Would we have a leg to stand on if we did? Andy, did you know that our reasoning in this was so far off? Well, it is sort of a basic line of reasoning in a Mana Affairs investigation, so that ignorant of the fact borders on moronic. I apologize for being such a dense person, but I missed something so simple. I'm so ashamed of myself. I don't mean to cast blame. After all, even the best investigators somehow end up hooked by the wrong hypothesis. The important is that we corrected our faults in our logic. This is just a theory of mine, but what's more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path. And Note just proved he has that ability. So, we're a little late in saying this, but welcome to the Mana Affairs Division. No need for the pleasantries. The pleasure's all mine. Though you're right, it was a bit late. Well then, we'll have our welcome party later. For now, shall we get ready to head out? Head out? Where to? Where do you think? I can't speak. Doesn't help that my mouth is getting like super fucking dry. Because there's so much talking. Where do you think to continue our investigation? We're off to the scene of the crime. Trump Tower Theater. I can't. They could have gone with anything. They literally could have gone with anything on that, and that's what they went with.
車がちょっと狭いですね。
Your car is quite cramped.
苦しい。書類が山のように積み重なっていて、
Well,
窓に寄りかかって
this is
座れるだけ
annoying.
のスペースしか
There's a mountain
残
of
っていない。
paperwork in here, so I've only got this tiny space crammed up against the
移動
window.
が多いから事件に
We're on the
関する
move a
資料
lot, so I tend to keep a lot of our case files in the car.
いつからか私
But
の
then
家
one
で
day I
資料
realized there are more files in the car than in the filing cabinets, so I just moved what was left in the cabinets to the
あなたが
car.
座っている座席も
The place you're sitting in now was originally used to store all the files on theft and
座席は
robberies.
本来人が座る
I'm
ため
pretty
にあ
sure
るも
the
のだと
seats
思
were
います。
originally crafted for
上司
people to
に
sit
とら
on.
われた考えは捨てなさい。マナ事件の捜査
Throw
には
any stereotypes you may be holding on to in investigations where mana is involved, you've got to think outside the
かっ
box.
こいいセリフだけど、説
That's
得力はあ
a
まり
lovely
ない
turn
な。
of phrase, but it doesn't do much to convince me on the
そ
issue.
れより今捜
More
査している事件
importantly,
に
we
つい
haven't
て
filled you in on the details of the case you're investigating yet, have we?
そのあたりに関連
The
ファイルがあ
file
るん
should
で
be
す
close by. It's case file A01-36.
A0136。
Is it
これか。
this
見
one?
つけました。
Found
ダートフォード通りに
the
ある
murder at
トラン
Trump
プタワー
Tower
劇場で
Theater
起きた
on
殺人事件。
Dartford Road.
10月29日21時。
The body was found inside of the theater in the office of the victim at 9 p.m. on the night of October 29th. The first to discover the body was Yulia Geller, an employee. The victim's name was John Henry Houdin. He was the ringleader of the circus located at... I can't stop. I can't keep calling it that. And the owner of the small theater within said building. The cause of death was due to a blow to the head, blow to the back of the head. The force of the single blow was enough to shatter his skull. Besides the victim, there were only 3 other people able to gain entry into his office. The police named all 3 people as subjects. The police named all 3 people as suspects before beginning their investigation. All the employees are staffers, and they've been using their skills during circus performances. Thanks to that, it didn't take long to figure out what those skills might be. There's the clown Yulia with her skills of telekinesis. Then comes the magician Frederick Vernon, gifted with the skill of flames. Finally, we have the acrobat Oz Aston with her skill of ice. As the first to discover the body, Yulia became the prime suspect, but it's difficult to pin the crime on her. That's because the murder weapon was never found. No suspect was found leaving the scene of the crime, yet they weren't able to find anything resembling the murder weapon within the theater. On inspecting the body of the deceased, there's no question that the murder weapon was large and heavy. It would normally be impossible to hide such weapon. It was then made clear that one of the staffers used a skill to carry out the murder. That's when the police classified this as a phenomenon. And the case was handed over to the Mana Affairs Division. A disappearing murder weapon, finding that may be the key to solving this case. If you're done reading up on everything, get ready to go. We're almost there. Okay, I have a theory. So you have got Yulia, who is telekinetic. You've got Aston, whatever his name is, who controls fire. And you've got Oz, who controls ice. Now, it is clear that, Yulia can lift heavy objects with her telekinesis. And if Oz can control ice and what's-his-face can control fire, it could be that Yulia, like, maybe he slipped and fell, or like Oz created ice on the floor, because there's no, if you look at this right now, there's a cup of coffee, but they're saying that there was water on the floor, but there's no cup of water anywhere. So if she had made ice on the floor, and then what's-his-face melted the ice, that would leave water. That's just my theory on that. Seems like Thena and Brian beat us here, seeing as their car is already parked. I ordered them to secure the suspects and prepare them for questioning. No, you can come with me to the scene of the crime. I need you to help me until those two get done with their job. Alright. It begins. My first investigation with the Mana Affairs Division. A phenomena, a seemingly impossible incident involving the supernatural. Yet, there exist clear rules that these supernatural powers and events must follow. Everything is documented. I can't forget that. Okay, so all of our case files should be here at this point. And now we start the actual case. Absolutely wild. This is the scene of the crime, the office of the victim. Houdin, also listed as the lounge. Quite luxurious for a lounge. Because the room is so spacious, they must have decided to use it for more than your average lounge. They say the victim spent most of his time here. The culprit most of... I quit. Then our culprit must have also known to come here if they wanted to find the victim. We're going to look for clues here. Give me a hand. But I thought Detective Brian already finished his investigation of this room. Do we really need to do a second sweep? We do. Just like there are certain pieces of trace evidence only Brian can see, there are other clues that will only show up for me. Come to think of it, I haven't told you my skill, have I? Now that you're saying so, I guess you're a staffer too, huh? What on earth sort of skill might you have? Contact memory recall. I can read the memories of items with a single touch. It's commonly known as psychometry? You can read the memory of items? I don't really follow. I think it might be better to show you. You see that teacup on the table? Yeah, of course. I have a great deal of suspicions about that cup. Is that so? Indeed. It was right next to the body, meaning it could have been poisoned, no? But wasn't the victim bludgeoned to death? So I shall read into the memories of this suspicious teacup. Oh, that was a weird glitch. Good, I've read them. You're already done? You used your skill? What, did you think I was gonna start goring or something whenever I used it? That's a rather ugly stereotype. people have when it comes to staffers.
そんなことは
The thought never crossed my
あ
mind.
なたは何も感じないでしょ
You
うけど
probably didn't sense a thing.
ついさっき
But just a second ago, the events of this teacup experienced the past 72 hours just flashed through my mind. And that of all the events in the past 72 hours, one or two memorable events remained planted in my
印象
brain.
深かったって
For example, with this particular cup, it's worth noting that a single memory of someone's lips touched the rim of the cup remained. That means no one drank the coffee out of this cup in the last few days.
たとえカップに毒が入
Ah,
ってい
so
たとして
even if the coffee had
被害
been
者はそれを
poisoned,
飲んでいない
the
んです
victim had no chance to drink it.
まあ被害者が
It
頭を
seems
殴
so.
られて死んだんだから
Though we know the victim was bludgeoned to death, so that was never a possibility in the first
それは
place.
全く考えてもみま
Of
せんでした
course,
ね
the thought never
私の
occurred
ス
to
キ
me.
ルがどんなもの
Do you understand exactly what my skill entails now?
ところ
I
で
do.
物
If
の過
your
去を調
skill
べるスキル
allows you to read the past of different
物の記
objects,
憶を通して
couldn't you just
犯
read
人
the
の
face
顔
of
を
the
見ることも
culprit
でき
from
るん
an
じゃない
object's
で
memories?
きない
I
の見ること
cannot. Sight isn't an option.
私が物から読み
There
取
are
れる
only three senses I can get from an object:
嗅覚
sound, smell, and touch. I can't get a read on anything besides those three.
そうね簡単に言うとマグカップには目がない
Ah,
じゃ
to
ない
put it more simply, the cup doesn't have eyes, does it? Sort of
マグ
like
カッ
that.
プには耳も鼻も神経もな
The
い
cup doesn't have ears, a nose, or
視
nerves
覚情
either.
報は得られないし
Since there's no visual
他に得られる情報
information,
も断片的
the
だけど
past I can siphon off
それだ
is
けでも
quite
捜査
fragmented.
はかなり
Yet,
複雑
what I can read helps out the investigation a great deal. When
犯
a
人の
lady
声を
shows her beautiful face, I can even hear the voice of the
そういう
culprit.
時は犯人がす
In
ぐに
those cases, I bet you can find the criminal in a heartbeat.
結
We
構
can.
使えるでしょ
Not bad,
それじゃ
huh?
あ本格的に捜査
So,
に入りましょう
shall we begin our
私
investigation?
はこの部屋に残っている記憶を読み取るから
I'll read the memories that remain in this room. You listen to my explanation and take notes of the parts you think are
これを
important
使ってね
and fashion them into a document.
記憶
Use
調査
this.
と書いてある
It's called
現場
a
の過去を記
memory
憶する文
survey.
書だろうか
This is the document recording the past memories left at the scene of the
得られる
crime.
過去の情報には限
There's
界
a
がある
limit to the information we'll be able to glean from the past, yet this document will let us see the whole incident from a new
それ
perspective.
じゃあ始めましょう
Well then, let's
使え
begin.
る記憶を探し出す
To
ため
find the information that'll be most useful to us, the important thing is we will be selecting which objects to survey.
教えて
Tell me
ちょう
which
だい
objects scattered around the scene of the crime you'd like me to investigate. Okay. So now we're at the memory survey, which I think... So the memory of...
芸術とは何
What
でし
is
ょう
art exactly?
この耳から
At the very least, it's not this hideous block of stone. Shall we read into its memories?
なるほどね
I see. It seems this was originally the bust of a human head. I can't tell you the original shape for sure, but I can guess it was made into the victim's likeness.
それなのにどうしてこんな奇妙な
Then why
形
does it look so weird now? The shape was distorted by an extreme temperature. Someone burned the bust of the victim.
一体どうやったんだろう決して火がつきやすい素材じゃないだろう これは犯人の仕業
Do you
でしょ
think
う
it was our culprit who
犯
did
人は被害
this?
者と共存を
Did
待つ
someone confuse the bust for the
チーム長
victim?
人間と
Sergeant,
共
no
存を
one
間違える人はい
would
ません
confuse a statue for a
マン
person.
トをかけたらあり得るかもしれない
Well, it might be possible if it had a cape
チ
draped
ーム
around
長
it.
胸像にマントをかけ
No
た
one
人はい
puts a
ま
cape
せ
on
ん
a
よ
bust.
ノート
No.
あなたもいつか
One day you're gonna see a statue wearing a case, and you won't be surprised when you do.
それはわかりません
I'm
が
not sure about that,
被害
but
者の
whoever
かたど
made
った
this
胸像をこんな
made
風
the
にした
bust
人は
like this
被害者
was
に恨
holding
みを持っ
quite
て
a
いる
grudge against the
そう考
victim.
えられます
At
ね
least that's one possibility. Okay. Let's read the memory of the
カー
carpet.
ペットの周りに
There's a water stain on the rug here. At the very least, we can tell it's not blood. Shall I get a read on it? It feels hot, then slowly the moisture spreads. And the smell, is it black tea? After the liquid pooled, someone crossed through it. Thinking back to the footprints and the trace of the photo, that might have been Yulia Geller. It didn't smell like anything, so was the sergeant catching a smell from the past? After smelling the black tea from the memory, I suddenly feel like having a tea. I feel like having a cup myself. Would you make me some later? No. I don't know how my tea would taste. I'm not much for tea. Are you being serious? I prefer coffee to tea. That's because you haven't tried a cup of genuinely scrumptious black tea. I'd rather save the money on that genuinely scrumptious tea and buy a cup of genuinely scrumptious coffee instead. You have no intentions of changing your mind on this, have you? Nope. I mean, well, maybe. Well then, the next time we meet, you may find we're enemies. Is it really that important to you? Read the clues. Let's read the memory of the flower pot. Alright, I'm gonna use my skills, so back off for a moment. The flower pot on the table fell off due to an intense tremor, which is how it seemed anyway, so there wasn't much point in reading that. So this fell off the table due to the impact caused by the culprit. At the very least, we can tell the flower didn't live on and keep moving. Was that too much? It felt wrong while I was saying it. No, you're actually right on the mark. Back, we caught a staffer who was able to control plants. The staffer manipulated a growth of vines to strangle her victim. Can't even tell a silly joke in this city. Okay. Let's read the memory of the chair. That's the chair of the victim I was sitting in. I'll read into it. I hear a man snoring. It's quite loud. As the snoring continues, I feel a large impact. Then the snoring stops. That's the memory from the time the victim was murdered. Seems that way. Our murderer must have been aiming to take him out while he was sleeping. Could you tell me what time that memory is from? I cannot. I only know that it happened roughly within the past 2 days. Surprisingly, these are quite inconvenient supernatural abilities. Watch your tongue. They aren't supernatural abilities, they're skills. Terminology is important. Be careful you don't mess it up. Right. As for the time of the crime, Brian's trace photo will be more helpful than whatever I can give you. Shall we ask him to look into it later on? We already read the memory of the teacup. There wasn't anything there of note. I see quite a number of books that look difficult to comprehend. I bet there's a whole lot you need to know to run the theater. The victim was an outstanding person. You want me to read into that and see if that's the truth. That's not right. What is it? I read into the memory of the bookshelf, but I can feel no changes. How far back into the memories can you go again? As for specific memories, I can only go back 3 days. But if I'm just skimming the surface, about a month. Must have been busy these days. There are quite a number of people who view books in terms of adding to the look of a room. 1 second, there's one that has been moved recently. Huh? Which book? Poker for Pushovers, intermediate level. Don't need to look into that one. Well, if we're talking about poker, then we're talking about... Okay, so any of the ones that I've already looked into... A dartboard. Probably not related to the crime, but should we look into it? It's got darts stuck in it. I can't speak. It's got darts stuck in it, however, they weren't thrown by any normal hand. It was something much stronger, almost like they were shot out of a gun. Not just darts in it either, huh? These are playing cards. For instance, the King of Spades. How do you get playing cards? How do you get playing cards stuck in a dartboard? Well, magicians can throw cards like they're weapons. At least, that's the image I'm getting. I'm not seeing that, so don't go framing it out quite yet. Let's see. Should I read into this feather? I hear the death cries of a bird as it's being ripped apart. The sound of a blade digging into flesh. This feather was dropped with a flap of its wings. Since this is a theater used for a circus, I imagine it came from a pigeon used for the show. Speaking of which, a dead pigeon was found during the search for the murder weapon. The feather is probably from that pigeon. The feather probably stuck to the body of whoever killed that pigeon and then fell off whenever said person visited the scene of the crime. At least that is a fair assumption. So you think whoever killed the pigeon is our murderer? Probably. Having a live pigeon on your person could interfere with carrying out the crime. But a pigeon won't exactly bark like a dog or anything, so did the culprit really have to kill it? Oh no, London pigeons bark. I thought you were joking at first, but since this city has supernatural gifted people in it, I feel like you might be telling the truth. Of course I'm joking. Pigeons here are just pigeons. Though I'm not sure if creature pigeons can bark. Creature? More like fantastical jargon. The fact that the sergeant throws all of this jargon around like it's the words are commonplace is quite disconcerting. What else am I missing? I thought we already looked into the teacup. This cup doesn't look at all suspicious. It suffered a manner of disgrace, but at the end of it all, its integrity was confirmed untainted. Miss Yulia was the one who brought this when she first came on the scene, correct? Seems like I don't think she was lying when she said she was bringing him coffee the moment she discovered the body. The problem is the earlier 7:30 visit. Why did Geller visit the scene of the crime before bringing him coffee? And why hide the truth from us? I did say that we shouldn't point the finger at Miss Geller for this, but I also can't help being suspicious. With how things stand now, the person most likely committed the crime is still Geller. Unless we can find some other possibility, the blame will most likely fall on her in the end. Okay.
これで気になるところは
So
全て
we
調べ
have investigated everything worth looking into. Before I move on, I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick break, and then we will get back into things. So please stick around for the ads, and we will be right back. Alrighty. I think we've investigated everything worth looking into.
ちゃんと記録したのね。いい記憶調査書だわ。
You took proper record of everything. This is top notch. This is a top notch memory survey.
おかしなところはいくつかあると思いますが、
I think we've found some oddities, but nothing with any clear connection to our case.
あまりがっかりしなくてもいいわ。
Don't be too disappointed. Give it some time, and then you'll start to see the meaning of clues we just uncovered.
それでも何か
Still,
見
I
落として
feel
い
like
る
we're
気がするん
missing
です。
something.
チー
Isn't
ム長
there
が気になる
anything
とこ
that
ろは
stands
あり
out
ま
to
せん
you,
でしたか？
Sergeant?
そうね。
Well, if I had to pick one thing, maybe the ceiling?
天井で
The
すか？
ceiling? What about it?
あ、
Ah,
そう。
you
よく
see?
見ると
If you
天井
look
に血が
carefully,
つい
there's a
て
blood stain on the ceiling.
天井に血がつくのは
When we find
犯行中の取っ組み合いのせいよ。
blood on the
犯
ceiling,
人が血のつい
most
た凶器を
often
振り
it
かざ
means
して
the victim and the assailant got into a physical altercation. The blood splatter usually comes off the backswing of an already bloodied weapon.
ですが、被害者は即死
But
で
in
したよ
this
ね。
case, the victim
死
was
体に
killed
は
with a
取っ組み合
single
いの跡
blow,
がありませ
no?
んでしたし。
We found no signs of a struggle on the
そう
corpse.
ね。だから
Precisely.
あの血
which is why that blood splatter feels out of place. I'd love to get up there and read its memory, but that would not be an easy feat. Maybe it's because it's theater, but the ceilings are about 5 meters up. If there's blood on the ceiling... Pandy, Yulia Geller is ready for questioning. Would you like to get started? That voice, was that Detective Athena? Ah, her voice is coming from me. So, a walkie-talkie? Where will we carry out our investigation? We've got 3 suspects in the green room. The small, darker space makes it a perfect sense, don't you think? Sounds good. Give us 5 minutes. Sergeant, what's that? Oh, it's a spork. We use these instead of walkie-talkies. Why a spork? So it's a walkie-talkie shaped like a spork? No, it's a spork. A cross between a spoon and a fork. I know that much. But tell me, why is Thena's voice coming from a spork? How exactly does that work? I'm not quite sure myself. After all, we can't be too sure which objects will become a staff. Staff? Ah, I guess you're not completely in the know. We call objects with special abilities, like the spork for an instance, staff. Just like the staffers, these objects are also phenomena. And staff is like the object version of a staffer. In truth, staffers are the human version of staff, but I mean, you got the gist of it. Here, now you've got one too. If you want to get a hold of somebody, just hold it upside down and speak. But why does it have to be a spork? No, let's not dwell on that. I should focus on the case. No, you're going to play an active part in the interrogations as well now. Can I really? It's important you experience a little bit of everything. I have matters to attend to that require me to leave the theater for a while. While I'm out, you go help Athena. Okay, I'll go give it a try. Though I'm not sure I'll actually be of much help. It's true we have no idea if you'll be much help, but it'll be better than you not tagging along. I don't think I'll be of zero help, though. You think so? Then I'll be looking forward to see what you can do. Not too much, though. Well, that sure does make me want to get something done. Detective Athena said the suspects would be in the green room, right? I can't get over that. I can't get over that's what they considered it. Welcome to the world of interrogations. It's rather admirable you dragged yourself all this way to help, no? I guess the note nickname was catching on. In the beginning, it was my job to decide on the nicknames within the Mana Affairs decision, but this time it looks like Pandy beat me to it. Speaking about the whole Pandy thing, you're talking about Sergeant Pandoria Redfins, right? I'm not sure how appropriate it is to call a superior officer by a nickname. A nickname is part of one's identity. It's what you need to survive when you work in this field. What field is she working in where this is normal for her? Excuse me, how long am I gonna have to wait? I'd like to get this over with. This woman, is she Yulia Gella? That she is. Would you like to introduce yourself? Hello, miss. I'm No Trick Case of the Mana Affairs Division. No need for introductions. I won't remember you anyway. Rude. Rude. You're a staffer, right, Miss Gella? I've heard you were gifted with telekinesis. You should have all my information since I gave you lot my bureau file before. Can't you figure it out from what's written there? With all the strange document on that With all the strange jargon on that document, I honestly couldn't have told you from a look. Sorry, this guy's a rookie. Could you give him a demonstration? If I must, stay back while I'm using my skill. You'll only make it harder to control. Ah, of course. Well, I could show you with this pen. Ugh, how's that? Oh. Oh? That's it? The pen's floating. Aren't you impressed? What more do you want from me? How can I put this? Since it's less of a magic trick and more of an actual supernatural ability, I find myself quite disinterested all of a sudden. Would your audience members enjoy something like this? Are you in your right mind? Of course I perform different stunts on stage. This was just to show you my skill. Amateur. Miss Geller, I heard you say you're a clown here, but your personality doesn't seem all that cheerful. Obviously, I put on a cheery act when I take the stage, but do you really expect a clown to act so ludicrously in real life? Chumps like you who can't distinguish fiction from reality are... Is that... what? I have no idea what that is. Sorry? More importantly, I've already said all that I have to say. Why am I here? You're here because of Note here. We're just about to conclude you are a culprit, but Note voiced his objections. In fact, Note's the whole reason you're getting a second chance. However, you should think carefully about what you say from now on, alright? Right, up against the table, please. Hey, no. It's good to be polite and all, but now's not the time. A detective shouldn't be looked down at all, understood? I mean, not that you've got the most polite way of speaking ever. So, Miss Geller, I've got a question for you. About the day in question, before you happened upon the body, did you see the victim at all? Since we already know everything, I'd think twice before lying. Yes, I did. The ringleader called me in at 7:30, so I went to see him. That lines up with the trace photo. You have a photo? No need to get into that. More importantly, we'd like you to tell us what happened at 7:30. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk about what happened then. Could you give me some time regarding that matter? Okay, then perhaps we should hear from someone else first. Okay, very well then. Why would you give her the opportunity to come up with a different story? I don't understand that. Well, we can pry later. If we push too hard, I'll have a harder time detecting abnormal heartbeats. More importantly than that, Note, you almost got us into a heap of trouble, you know? The fact that we used our skills on subjects is suspects is strictly confidential. If they were aware of our skills, they could think up counters to them. Ah, sorry, I didn't think about that. Seriously, I haven't figured out if you're a genius or a dunce. Watch your mouth, okay? And if one of the suspects caught word. So that's when I said it. Would you rather eat that if it tasted like ice cream, or if ice cream tasted like that? If you're going to change the subject, couldn't you pick a better topic? That's sort of works. That's all I could think of in the heat of the moment. I have something to say. Before, I feel like I started out a bit harsh. With everything going on, I've been touchy, and, thank you for the second chance detective. That's all I wanted to say. Whoa, that's a development, huh?
捜査官にはよく見られた方がいいと思ったんです。
She just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea getting close with the detective. Still, she heard you. She even remembered your name, no? True. It's quite nice to hear honest gratitude, after all. We don't hear it often. Detective Brian?
またスフォークなのか。
Again with the spork? So you bring in the suspects? Indeed, both of them are waiting outside. Great, lead them in one at a time. Let's get started with the bloke. Magician Frederick Vernon at your service. Whoa, there's a hairstyle you could spot in a crowd. You could lose your soul in a hand of cards to hair like that.
それどんなレベル
Hair like what exactly? No, have you still not seen his bureau file? Here, have a look.
フレデリック・バーノンのスキル
So,
放射型発火
his skill is radial ignition. His max is about 3-ish feet with no catalyst. And he's able to control flame temperatures from 600 to 2,800 degrees Celsius. What is that in freedom units? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Not meters. 600. Oops. Okay. 600 Celsius Fahrenheit. So, holy shit. That is like really fucking hot. So the temperature of flame ranges from 1,112 degrees Fahrenheit to like 5,000 degrees. That is absolutely wild. Again, I think they pulled numbers out of a hat here. Either they didn't plan anybody to look that up, or they were really trying to make it seem mystical and magical. I do understand why people, because one of the major comments was that they didn't feel that this was magical enough. And I kind of understand, because their approach of it is not of a magical approach. Ignition means he can light fires, right? And does this part mean it radiates outward from a central point? Simple enough. Seems like something you... What? I'm just glad it's easier to understand than indiscernible object manipulation. Most of my magic act makes use of my skill, things like setting fire to targets and the like. I'd love to show you, but that may be difficult due to the risk of starting a fire. That's quite alright. Those skills are useful enough to fool us about their skills, making it necessary to check them out. But since you troop members here use your skills during your performances, pulling the wool over our eyes is impossible. Still, can you really use a skill... Can you really call using a skill a magic trick? Magic normally relies on illusions. Even if I did try magic without the use of my skill, do you think anybody would believe it's a trick? This city is filled with staffers. I decided that instead of trying my hardest to conceal my powers and be called a fraud, I'd openly show them. Thankfully, the response was satisfactory. Plus, there's something romantic about a man who can shoot fire out of his hands. That may be just your personal preference speaking,
ところで
but, sorry. Calling you in here so suddenly must be quite the inconvenience,
い
yes?
え大丈夫です
No, it's quite alright. The man wearing the monocle provided me with a blanket and a spot of tea after turning on some classical music. Seems like the Bureau treats their suspects quite nicely. It's the man wearing the monocle who goes to strange lengths.
事件の
More
話を
importantly, I'd like to move on to discussing the case. That's why you called me, is it not?
それじゃあ
Ah,
始めましょうか
should
テ
we?
ーブルにぴったり
Then
と
please
ついてく
scoot
ださい
in close to the table.
最後
Well
は
then,
被害
could you
者
tell me the
を
last time you
話
saw
して
the
くださいね
deceased?
ええお望みなら
If you'd like,
どうやら髪型のように
this
熱い
Mr.
人ではな
Vernon,
さ
he
そう
doesn't seem as hot as his hairstyle makes him out to be. Speech review. Okay, I like the different mechanics that they've
20時半から
offered.
に現場に行きました
I think it's really cool. I visited the scene at about 8:30.
被害者との
It was due to personal matters I had to discuss with the victim.
ドアの前で5分ほど
I knocked on the door for almost 5 minutes, but there was no response.
ドアの向こうからは
I couldn't hear the slightest bit of movement from inside,
それで引き
so I
返し
just went back to what I was doing. I didn't go inside.
ですから私
I
が
couldn't
被害者
have
を
killed
殺せるわけ
him.
がないもともと被害者と
Besides, there were no hard feelings between him and I.
私が話せるのはここまでです
Okay, so I'm assuming that the vibrations were him not telling the truth.
思ったより沈黙が短かった
Shorter statement than I imagined. Seemed like he had a lot to say.
人を見た目で
Well,
判
that's
断
why
す
you
るのはよ
shouldn't
くない
judge based on appearances.
でも
No, no,
本
with
当に
hair
私
like
だったん
that,
ですよファイヤーとか
you should be ending every sentence with fire, or at the very least, add in some passion,
も
no?
はや感心するほど
So ridiculously rude, it's admirable. Anyway, first things first, check out the statements we got so far.
読ませてもらいます
Alright, let's see here. I've got 2 new documents. Vernon's bureau file and his statement. I should take a close look at them. Since I'm not a staffer, the only thing I can do to help is look for clues within documents written by others. Let's think. If I can find something worth noting and pointing out, I might just be able to find another clue. So I have my suspicions. Geller, Vernon. So let's look at... Okay, let's take a look at the witness statement. And let's first take a look at this. So he said, okay, so there were no hard feelings between the two. I think what I need is I need to print... I could not, let's see. There's nothing in the conversation that I could have caught. Let's see. I want to go ahead and do this. Okay. So... Visited the scene at 8:30. Let's see. There's actually something. Oh, you know what? Let's bring this. So I want to pin this. And actually, instead of the witness statement, I want to actually bring up his bureau file. Because if his thing ranges between these two, yeah? No? That's bull. Okay. So it's gotta be in the witness statement then. That's Geller. Is one of these? Okay. Yeah, it was the statement and the heartbeat. In Mr. Vernon's statement, there's a blatant lie. A lie? Take another look at the witness statement. Don't you notice anything strange? Ah, you're right. I detected an abnormal heartbeat during the last line of his statement. Mr. Vernon is much more calm in his appearance than Mr. Vernon is much more calm than his appearance would have led us to believe. But even though he wasn't talking about death, you detected an abnormal heartbeat, meaning he was lying. Wow, not even familiar with all the new terms, but you're already figuring it out faster than Thena using her skill. Stupendous. The false part of the statement is, besides, there were no hard feelings between him and I. In other words, Mr. Vernon did have a problem with the deceased. That's right. We should get another statement regarding that part then. Mr. Vernon, you said there were no hard feelings between you and the victim, right? Yes, that's right. I'm sure you know the difficulties that may arise if we find out you're lying to us. I have no idea what you're talking about. The ringleader and I weren't exactly friends, but there was no friction between us. It's not going to work. He's gonna keep dodging us to the bitter end. What? You're calling it quits here? You know that's an obvious lie. But there's no use. If he finds out about my skill, he'll refuse to tell us anymore. In cases like this, it's best to find something he can't talk his way out of. You've got to pronounce unidentifiable evidence to the suspect that proves the statement was a lie. Evidence that proves the statement was a lie. Things aren't all bad yet. We can't get another statement, but we know which part was a lie. All we have to do is find the clue that contradicts the first statement. Do we have any evidence of a fight between our victim and Vernon? Proof that Mr. Vernon's statement is false. In other words, we have to find a clue that Mr. Vernon was on bad terms with the victim, right? Then if I can connect that clue with the false part of his statement, I can bring Mr. Vernon's lie to a light. Should I look through the documents that we've uncovered so far? Maybe there's a clue of the sort of relationship that they had. I think this is now where I want to bring up the thing that... Was there anything worth noting? No. So now let's try using the extra info from here to... It's gotta be from here. Right? It was the grotesque statue. I mean, that thing was melted. What the fuck? Bullshit. Let's see. In pages cannot be removed. Okay. So let's remove that and see what we've got going on, right? There's gotta be something in the witness statement. Is it maybe... visited the scene of the crime at 8:30. 7:30. A track of square-bottomed somethings extend from the entrance into the room. And they left at 8:30. Let's take a look at the... maybe... Let's see. Let's take this off. Is it maybe this? Let's take a look. Nope. That's not it. Let's see. So, if I want to unpin these real quick. The victim's name. Okay, I'm looking for contradictions. Oh, hold on. When did Geller leave? That is the question. I knocked on the door. There was almost no response. I couldn't hear the slightest bit of movement inside. But when did... She left at 9. When did she... Footprints of Houdin. Left at 7:30. Is it maybe this? Possibly. You motherfucker. No. Is it gonna let me? I don't understand. Hold on. Recordings. Let me look at the recordings. Maybe there's a clue about what sort of relationship Mr. Vernon had with the deceased. Oh, the personal matters. I think it's the personal matters, right? Let's see. So if there is... was due to personal... Let me look at the recordings again. Proof that Mr. Vernon's... So do we have any evidence of a fight between our victim and Vernon? In other words, we have to find a clue that they were on bad terms, right? So what if... Okay, let's go with this, and then it's gotta be the memory thing, right? So if I go with the memory survey, and I go with the grotesque statue, right? Is it this? No. What are you talking about? Oh. Okay, maybe I need a hint. So it is the memory survey. There's something in here. Is it maybe that he couldn't have killed him? Is that maybe what it is? And then maybe the grotesque statue? Because technically he could have. No, it's something to do with these two documents. It's something to do with these two. So let's remove that one. Is it? I think we already did this one. Oh, okay. It is somewhere in these two documents. And it's not that either. Let's see. Need another hint. This is the document that we have to combine. About 8:30. Oh. Is it the snoring? Is it the snoring? That's the question. Nope. I should check the conversation more. Let's see. So there's something between these two. I don't know. Is it the dartboard? Is that really what it is? No, what is it? It's these two documents. Okay, we've established this. So I just went back to doing Okay. What is this the only hint that I get? Okay. So the witness statement 1 and the memory card. Okay. So it has to do something with... I gotta say it's this, but I don't think it is. Heartbeat 7 on the grotesque statue? No. Is it maybe this? Oh, we already did that. What the hell? There was no hard feelings between him and I. I feel like I'm just, like, going back and forth. Is it the feather? I'm trying to understand what is going on with... Okay, let me... It's gotta be somewhere in here, right? I visited the crime scene at about 8:30. It was due to personal matters I had to discuss with the victim. So I just went back to what I was doing. I didn't go inside. Besides, there were no hard feelings between him and I. Okay, so... that's where I'm confused. I really don't know. This is wild. The only thing that I can think of would be these two. But they're saying that those don't match. Statement 7, and it was that. Apparently I just clicked the wrong thing. Lovely. Detective Thena, did you happen to see the odd decoration adorning the scene of the crime? I think I saw it. Are you talking about that work of art only the people in the know could appreciate? Work of art? Was there such a work? You don't know? It's displayed right next to the bookshelf. Of course Mr. Vernon doesn't know. It's no simple work of art, after all. It was a bust modeled after the victim. Really? Then why does it look like it was swallowed up by the abyss? According to the sergeant's investigation, someone melted it down with a powerful flame. Aha! Fire, huh? How did you think that happened? There wasn't exactly a bonfire in that room, and there were no signs the bust was carried out. Is it even possible to make a bust look like that? The only way that's possible is if it was done by a staffer with an ignition skill. That staffer must have absolutely hated the victim. The nerve required to make a bust of the victim into an abstract artwork. Mr. Vernon. Yes? With you and the victim, things were bad, huh? I would like to apologize. Yay. Why lie? I'm sorry. I figured that if you found out I got into a scuffle with the ringleader, you might turn your suspicions towards me. I thought about being honest with you, but you're all part of the Bureau, right? Why does that matter? You're right. Since I'm also a staffer, I figured showing weakness in front of the Bureau, well, let's just say it a bit bad feeling about it. I've heard that the Bureau has a bad reputation, at least at first glance, but I had no idea people trusted us this little. No, it's not even a question of trust. I feel like Mr. Vernon is actually terrified of us. I'm not completely unaware of what you might be feeling, but making false statements will only hurt you in the end. I'm going to write up a new statement. Will you be honest with me this time? I will. Speech review! No one could have gotten along with that man. He never had the greatest personality, but it's only gotten worse these past few days. I'm aware that he's amassed quite the gambling debt, so I'd wager that's probably the reason. He was crossing the line with how much slander he threw our way, and Geller got the lion's share. The only thing he could do was jump high, so I asked a whole lot from the rest of us. We ended up getting into a yelling match 2 days before the incident. Nothing good was said, so I kept it secret from the others. That's when I got angry and burned the sculpture. Even now, I think I went too far. That's why I went to apologize to him the day of the incident. Is this all I'll get out of him? Is he the one who forced you to style your hair that weird? Yes, the ringleader took his directing role very seriously, to an odd degree. He forced me to act like I'm this character full of passion. At the end of every speech, it's fire, or something similar to that. Hey, thank you for getting first. What's up? What's up, Alex? How you doing? He forced me to act like I'm this character full of passion. At the end of every speech, it's fire or something similar that puts the exclamation point on what I'm saying. Yes, I'm doing very well. I'm just vibing out. This is the first time I've played a visual novel that has really, like, captured my interest this well, since Doki Doki Literature Club. So I'm impressed. That's how Thena would have you do it. No, it isn't. The thought never crossed my mind. Did too. If the victim really was like that, why did you stay at the circus this whole time? There was not. No other troops would accept us, I can assure you that. Regardless, that's all I have to say for you. Sorry to disturb your investigation. Shall we call in our next suspect then? I just did. Careful. I know. So this must be Miss Oz Aston. Indeed. Oz Aston is this circus's resident acrobat. Here's her bureau file. Have a look. Ah, thank you. Okay, so I just want to quickly reiterate. I am almost positive that the developers pulled the names for these things out of a hat. I do not agree with the circus name. I would like to make that very clear. The circus is named Trump Towers. And I don't agree with that. I think that was a very odd developer choice. That kind of makes me cringe ever so slightly. Yeah. Anyway, I digress. From what I can see on your file, Miss Aston, your skill is Chain Ice Formation. Yeah. Yeah, it's really... I don't agree with that, and I would just like to make that very clear, and that is not why I like this game. That is not solely why I like this game, but, yeah. Very odd developer choice, I have to admit. I think, here's the thing, is it seems like the developers are Japanese because, like, the game is in full Japanese, like, dub, with the interface and everything being fully Japanese. So I'm thinking, what's going on in this scenario is they picked a lot of pop culture references, and more, notable things, which, I mean, I can understand why they would do that, but I also understand why this would create some problems. Um, so that is one thing that I feel would give me kind of a negative towards this game is, it puts light on things that really shouldn't have a light on it. Um, oh, thanks, captions. That's not what I said, but, like, cool. Thank you for tea time and big stretch. I really appreciate it. This game is about an 18-hour game, 16-hour game. And I think there's, like, 3 cases in this. Now, there is DLC that I think opens up a little more cases. I think, like, maybe 1 or 2. So I might cover that. Who knows? From what I can see on your file, Miss Aston, your skill is Chain Ice Formation.
氷結これは水を凍ら
Ice
せるという意味
Formation.
でしょうが
That would be freezing water into ice, but what is the chain part about?
私のスキルの射程距
The
離は
range of my skill is less than a single centimeter. I can really only use it when I come in contact with water. However, once I use my skill a single time, it sets up a chain reaction, forming an ice block up to 5 meters.
水面に触れさえすれば
So if you merely
半径
touch
5メートルを一度に凍らせることも可能
the surface of
と
a
いうこ
pool
とで
of
すね
water, you can freeze up to a 5-meter radius.
実際に
Yes,
そん
and
な
I've
パフォーマンスを
shown
舞台
that
で披露
exact
したこともあり
ability
ます
up on stage before.
ですがどんな液体でも
However,
凍らせ
I'm
られ
not
るわ
able
け
to
ではありま
freeze
せん
any liquid.
凍
My
らせることが
catalyst
で
is
きる
the
のは
only liquid I'm able to freeze, and that's purified water.
大体どん
I
なスキ
see.
ルかは
I've
分かっ
gotten a general idea of her skill now.
ただアストンさ
However,
んの
Miss
関連情報に
Aston,
は
unlike the
他の二人には
previous
ない触
two,
媒がある
actually has a
別に
catalyst
覚え
on
て
her
おくのが良
bureau
さそうだ
file. I should probably keep that in
自
mind.
己紹介は終わりましたし
Now that we're done with the introduction, shall we get to the main
問
show?
題かバーノンさんと同じくらい
This
まっすぐも
woman
勇
is
者
just
の
as
ようだ
straightforward as Mr. Vernon.
それじゃあ
Alright,
始めま
let's
しょう
get into it then.
真実な
Before
の
your testimony, would you mind scooting up closer to the table for me? Of
私は
course,
フードです
after all, I'm quite the cool character. Let's see, we're doing a speech review. I love how she's handling, like,
時間は
popsicle.
20時くらいだったかな
I went to his office only once. The time was maybe 8 in the evening.
ですが
However, I didn't step inside.
その時団長
When
が
I
寝ていたん
stopped
です
by, the ringleader was sleeping.
起こすと怒られるの
I
で
was worried he'd get angry if I woke him, so I returned to our green room.
そしてその少し後
A time after, I heard Yulia's screams.
悲鳴が聞こえた控室に入って
I sprinted to the office where her screams were coming from, only to find his corpse.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you alright, miss?
何のことですか？
Whatever could you mean? When you recalled the incident in question, you looked like you were trembling. I believe you're mistaken. Such affairs hardly affect me. Few people would use such affairs to describe a murder. Oz Aston, you seem to be a rather unique individual. You haven't touched that ice lolly you're holding, so why carry it around with you? Perhaps. Mr. Vernon said that he was acting out a passionate character on stage, right? Then maybe Miss Aston is also playing a character? We're not exactly on stage, so why keep up the act? Besides, what character is this supposed to be? One with a split personality? Ugh. Don't like that either. The dialogue is a bit rough around the edges. I will give it that. And I feel like this also is kind of leading on the whole split personality thing, which has kind of been used to demonize DID. Now, I'm not saying that that is exactly what's going on here, but typically when somebody says the whole split personality thing, that's the road that it goes down. So, just keeping that in mind. Since Mr. Vernon with his fire was the main focus on his passion, Miss Aston's probably acting out a cool-headed character. Thinking about it like that, I do feel quite sympathetic. Detective Thena, what's the matter? Dear Lord, if I haven't...
アストンさん、
Yeah...
ついていますね。
Yeah... I'm really hoping that that's not the case. We haven't gotten anything to point in that direction yet. But the fact that they're doing the whole split personality thing opens the door for it to go that direction, but that does not necessarily mean that's where that's gonna go. But I do agree that I really don't like how Danganronpa carried that out. They could have had the dual personality thing with Danganronpa in a way that does not come off as the whole DID thing. Like, for example, they could have had it as just like a facade that she kept up, not necessarily making it a DID thing, because then the whole like split personality thing would be a like just a difference in attitude among other individuals and not a mental illness. If that make sense, and I'm hoping it does. But it's really one of the things. Let's actually split here just for a second, because I feel like this is really important to say, and it's a good thing too, because we're like nearing an ad break, so I can pull this up. I think it's really important as it comes up to the conversation. It's important to understand that even in today, things are getting better, but in a lot of cases, mental illness is being used as a video game trope, and it's never in an informative manner. It's usually used in a way to demonize people with mental health issues. And although I can see from a healthy minded individual how that would be an enticing, like, way to go about it, I can understand where, as a mentally healthy individual, like, the whole mental illness thing is a good angle. And although it is a real thing that happens in certain events, like, people that commit crimes can have a mental illness, but not everybody that has a mental illness causes crime and despair. And I think that's really important to say. And when these things come up, they are painted in a light that makes it seem like every individual that has that mental illness creates that crime. And I've yet to see a video game that has that situation where the person committing the crime has a mental illness without following up the like the thing with that is if it would be one thing if the conversation went in a direction of, like, they say, like, oh, this character committed the crime, they were unstable, and although they had this mental illness, like, they could clarify that at any point in a game. If you are going to use the angle of mental illness in a game to define a character's action, at least at some point in that game, clarify that this is not meant to, like, label an entire group of people. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard to take that extra step. Because, of course, mental illness is a thing. Just like there are people who incidentally are trans that commit crimes, but not every person who is trans commits a crime. So if you are going to use those angles, you need to incorporate some way that you are not using that to encompass an entire community. We're gonna take a quick break, real quick, and then we'll get back into it, but that's kind of all I wanted to say on this situation, so we will be right back. Okay. Thank you guys for sticking around for the ads. I really appreciate it. I use my ads to help fund my channel. Wow. Blech. I use my ads to help fund my shop, which you can get by you can get the shop link by typing !shop. As we have increased the ad frequency on the channel, due to Twitch forcing my hand, I am going to be putting edited versions of these streams that take out, you know, the breaks and everything, so you can have uninterrupted views of my content over on my YouTube channel. And apparently it didn't post the link. Hold on. Here it is. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me just go ahead and fix this real quick, and then I want to get through this interrogation before we call it a day, because we're nearing about 4 hours. Let me see. There we go. I do have some digital items on there as well. So if you're in an area where shipping isn't really possible, or it's too expensive, I do have digital items that are coming up on the shop, including some physical items that are easier to ship. So yeah, let's go ahead and get back into it. Dear Lord, if I haven't figured it out, Mr. Aston is lying to you. Excuse me? What manner of accusation is that? Miss Aston, you said you never opened the office door, right? Then how can you know the victim was sleeping? Well, there's a perfectly good explanation for that. The explanation is that you're the culprit. You snuck in while he was sleeping and killed the man. You must have lied about not having opened the door. Okay, but that's a rather hasty conclusion to make. And would you please work on that habit you have of whipping your gun out all the time? You know what they say about old habits. Detective Thena's logic seemed sound at first, but is it true? Aren't there any clues that contradict her hypothesis? Let's print out her claim and check it against some of the other documents. If I want to support or oppose, okay, I have that. I kind of already know which way we have to lean on this one. So we're gonna go ahead and print I am going to oppose. Can I do more than one? Yeah. Can I combine the clues? No, okay. So it's not that. Oh, you know what? It's this, and then... Thank you for getting your daily incense, River. Okay, so in the first... It's not this witness statement. It is... the second one, right? There was one about him snoring. Right? There was no response. Vernon. Witness statement 1. Hold on. There was one about him snoring. I just gotta find it. It's not in the bureau file. Oh, wait, is it in the memory report? Snoring, yes. Is it this? Nope, it is not. Let's see. So she must have lied opening the door. So can I pull up a third document now? Is this... Hold on. A time after she heard Yulia's screams, right? So is it statement 5? No. Enjoy your lurk. Let's see. Use this remark from the transcript. And what is this? Okay. Can I just... Can I do these? Can I oppose Athena and support Brian? I did. I don't understand. Give me a hint. Use the remark from the transcript, but what other document? Let's see. So that is the one that I want. And it wasn't this. Oh, you know what? Can I support this and use the square-shaped impressions? Because that could have been ice blocks. It is very possible that could have been ice blocks. Nope. Okay. Let me oppose this. And let's do... Oppose Athena with statement 6? Nope. It's gotta be something. A time after I heard Yulia's screams. It's opposing Athena, but it depends on which one of these. Is it this? Not me having to go through all of these. Is it this? Nope. It's gotta be one of these. Because it's gotta be something, either something she said, or it was something not here, but it's gotta be either in Vernon's thing, it's gotta be in either Vernon's statements, or... it's not that. Let me go back to... Then how could you know that the victim was sleeping? Well, if there was snoring... If there was snoring, you'd be able to hear that. Right? So is it in here? It can't be this. Because we already did this, right? No. So I know that she's wrong, but I need... Excuse you. I don't like that. Okay. Or... Is it maybe this? No? She said that she... What the fuck, dude? I don't understand. Let's check the conversation a little better. Maybe I missed something. Seem rather a unique individual. Let's see. Then how did you know that the victim was sleeping? That's the key word right there. So how did she know that he was sleeping? Okay, so if it's not this, yeah, maybe is it this? I feel like it has to do with something with vermin? No? Oh my god. Maybe I'm supposed to support her instead? And maybe it's the square-shaped impressions? Oh my god. I did say that I wanted to suffer a little bit, didn't I? Let's see. Maybe it's something in here? The hints are very, the hints are very weak. Because it also doesn't allow me... Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to oppose and support. Is that... no? Combine. It's gotta be one of these. Come on now. What is her opposing... in one... Let me remove... Come on now. Pose. Aston. I sprinted to the office. Are you fucking kidding me? Is it this? Wild. I would not make a good detective. There we go. Holy shit. We got it.
その
Detective Athena, what's wrong? If you pour too much admiration on me, that might lead to some problems. It's not that. I don't think she's lying.
部屋に入らなかったという
The part of Mr. Aston's statement about not opening the door, she wasn't lying.
どうして？
Why do you say that? Please have a look at the witness statement we just wrote out. When she said she didn't open the door, you didn't detect any sort of abnormal heartbeat.
そうか。
Indeed, if your claim were true, you should have detected some abnormality in her heart rate when she got to that part of her statement.
それじゃ何？
Alright, then what happened? How did Aston know that the victim was sleeping?
被害者が寝ていたと思った理由
Maybe it's because... Okay. So, this is the part where... Snoring. So that's going to be in the memory report. Yeah. I'm assuming. Yeah.
そう。
Of course. The sound. What sound? His snoring. Right when I was about to open the door, I heard the ringleader's snores. His snoring was a thing to behold. So you heard the victim's snores and knew he was asleep. You really expect us to believe that? It's true. Why are you doing this? Why only prove my claims wrong? What am I supposed to say to that? When the sergeant read the memory of the chair at the scene of the crime, she said she heard snoring. The snoring only stopped after there was a dull thud. The victim was snoring right up to the moment he was killed. Then I can see no logic in any sort of falsehood in her statement.
おめでとう、ノート。
Congratulations, Note. You passed the last
じゃない
test.
ですか
That was no
そうだったっ
test.
てことにしてくれない？
Could we just say it was? Logical.
それじゃあ、
So,
私
my name is
が言わ
cleared
れたんですよね。
for this now?
はい。
It is. Sorry to have cast blame where it
いえい
didn't
え
belong.
大丈夫です。
No, it's quite alright. As I said, I'm a cool-headed person, so it's natural for me to raise suspicion.
誰が言う？
Who's going to
僕
tell
が
it?
言おう。
I should.
オズ・アストンさん。
Miss Oz Aston, you don't look at least a bit cool with what's going on.
人というより
Instead of cool, I'd go with something... Go with someone suffering from a mental
自
breakdown.
分をクールに見せるために
Just the overall
アイスバーを持
concept
って
of
出歩く
carrying
って
around
発
an
想
ice flower
あまり
looks
にも単
cool.
純でむしろ
It's so
可愛いというか
one-dimensional, it actually comes off sort of cute, you know? How could you... You're just acting cool because that's the character you play on stage, huh?
はい
You're right.
人が
When the
私
lead...
のスキルを始
When
め
the
る
ringleader first saw my skill,
氷を
he
扱う
said,
な
so
ら
you can control
氷
ice,
とい
huh?
えば
Let's make
氷を
you the
扱う
ice
私
queen.
の性格や
He
雰囲
said
気
I had to change my personality, my
全部をクー
my
ルに変えなきゃ
attire,
いけ
and
ない
even
と
the temperature of the green room to match
分かっ
that
てるんじゃない
chill. This guy was wild, huh?
私は演技が下手な
I'm
の
not
で
the most skilled actress,
普
so
段
I
もクール
try
な
my
性格で
hardest
い
to
よう
keep
と
a
努
cool
力しています
attitude, but it seems like it's no use.
被害
I
者
do
のじゃんけん
believe
理
we
由
need to
に
find
つい
more
て
about the victim, Jean Henry
被
Houdin.
害者がどんな人だ
Could
った
you
のか
give a statement about what sort of person Houdin was and what your opinions of him were?
特に
I'd like
被
you to
害者があなた
specifically
に同情
focus on the
してい
role
たこ
he
となど、
forced
は
upon
い
you.
話します。
Okay, I'll try. Speech review!
やはり
Honestly, it was Yulia who suffered the most, but that's not to say she did anything to
ユリアに
deserve
問
that.
題があったわけじゃありません。団長は断るごとに
The ringleader often said of Yulia, I was tricked into hiring that girl.
ユリアは物を空中に飛ば
Delbert
せます
can
が
make things float, but only those close enough she could reach out and touch.
考えてみると
If you really think about it, the leader's special ability had to do with soaring through the air, so he must have looked down on her.
それから
Also, he envied Vernon for being the most popular and tried to throw a spanner in his act.
少し前に
I guess
二人は
that
ひどい喧嘩を
they
した
got
みたいです。
I guess they got into quite the yelling match a while back too.
あ、私も以前
Ah,
殴られ
he
そうに
even
なった
tried to
こと
put
が
his
ありま
hands
す。
on me once. Fortunately, he stopped right before hitting me. This guy sounds awful.
思い出したのはこのぐらい
That's all I
です。
can think up of right now. Can I leave now?
もう
はい、ありがとうございました。
Indeed, you've put
あま
yourself
り遠
through
くには
enough.
行かないようにして
Don't
く
go
ださい。
too far, though.
はい、
Oh,
気をつけ
okay,
ます。
I'll keep that in mind.
被害者は本当
The
に
victim was
ひどかったんだね。
absolute human filth. Honestly,
死
I
んでよか
find
ったと
myself thinking I'm glad he was
それは
killed.
捜査官が言っていいような
That's
こと
not
じゃない。
something a detective should
こ
be
の世に死んで
saying.
当然な人はいない。
No one in this world deserves death.
は
Hmm.
あ、相変わらず
Still
よ
so
うね。
untainted, our Brian. At the very least, the fact he was murdered doesn't seem odd anymore. From the statements we've collected, I can now see each one of our three I'm done. I quit. From the statements we've collected, I can now see that each one of our three suspects had a motive for killing the victim.
この世に死んで
Is there a single person in this world who deserves death?
興味深いテーマだけど
That's an interesting topic, but nothing we should be fretting about now. There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder.
私たちにとって重
That's the
要
only important topic for the likes of us. Sergeant, all finished with the business you had to attend to?
これプレ
That I am. Here's a present. Oh. What is this? The victim's bureau file. I found it at the nearest gambling den. He must have had urgent business to attend to. He left his bureau file as collateral. And if the bureau had found out about that, he'd have a quick date with Sharon for a ride. I'm not really surprised. I see that Houdini was confirmed a staffer. I guess that was given though, since they said everybody here was a staffer, huh? The victim's skills seems to have been that he was capable of object propulsion, so he was firing things off. Looks like he was able to fire objects within range of him, like rockets. The victim, like other suspects, made a show of said skill at the circus. But I mean, this bureau file won't be of much use with how things stand currently, so you can ignore that. More importantly, I was listening in on the spork. Have you still not gotten Yulia's next statement? We asked her about the visit at 7:30, but she said she wanted to make a statement about that later on. Strange, Ashton said she heard the victim snoring at around 8 o'clock. Even if Geller is our culprit, she couldn't have committed the crime at 7:30. Maybe something happened at 7:30 that's difficult for her to talk about. Sounds like you might know something. That's right, Miss Aston's statement just a while ago gave me a thought. There's a document that it spells out exactly what happened to Miss Geller during that 7:30 visit to the scene of the crime. The answer is quite obvious when you stop to think about it. Then show us. If you think something bad happened to Geller, show us the information that proves what it was. Let's see. I know that Aston had said there's so many witness statements. I want to say that it was the events at 7:30, and it, excuse you. Is it maybe this? It's gotta be this. Really? Alright. It is in this one. Is it this, maybe? Yeah! Okay. So it's the fact that he was just an abusive piece of shit. Mr. Aston said the victim once almost struck her, correct? That's right. Thankfully you pulled back so it remained that he almost struck her. About that, you think it was really almost? Excuse me? If you take a look at the victim's hand in the trace photo, you can clearly see signs of an impact. Now that you mention it, I did notice that. I thought it was strange back then, so I made a note of it. What was it from exactly? Sign of a struggle? No, we've confirmed that the victim was alive until 8. The blow was struck before then. Well then, where did the trace come from? The trauma to his palm may have come from when he slapped somebody, don't you think? People don't normally just slap an assailant when they're being attacked. There's good chance that this is evidence of an unreciprocated blow. No way, Aston said it herself, he never actually hit her. I didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat during that part of her statement. That may be true, Mr. Aston was never struck by the victim, but how about the other troop members? The blow was struck at 7:35. At that time, there happened to be someone else at the scene of the crime. Ah, you don't say. It was none other than the clown herself, Yulia Geller. So when Yulia met the victim at 7:30, the victim assaulted her. You think that's part of what she didn't want to discuss? If you were a suspect in the murder case, you'd certainly want to hide a truth regarding your conflict with the victim. Also, some people hide the fact that they have been victims of crime due to self-esteem issues. Reasons aside, note, since you found out the truth, Geller has no reason to withhold her statement. Call in Yulia. Alright, so we pretty much have the understanding that Yulia was a victim of abuse and assault by the hands of her employer. Yeah. So we know this. We know this now. Let's see. I'm waiting for trying to collect my thoughts on this whole situation. I think I want to finish this interview before I do anything else. But I want to just take a quick step back and so let's see. So what do we know? Geller was hated by the ringleader. We know this. Now, that might be the reason that they hid that. Miss Geller, let me be straightforward with you so we don't end up tiring each other out. You entered the scene of the crime at 7:30. Did the victim assault you? How do you find out about that? We have our ways. Does that mean you're admitting the assault took place? No, we did get into a heated discussion, but the ringleader didn't lay a hand on me. It would be wise for you to tell us the truth. I just told you the truth. He didn't. What might I have done for him to want to hit me? Well, I can't think of a reason why he might have resorted to violence after all. Such an action is beyond justification. Yet, as to why the victim held ill will towards you, we've heard a few things. And the reason the victim held a grudge against you might have to do with... Was it... not this one? It was... maybe this one? Yeah, there we go. It's because she was tricked. He was tricked into hiring her. We heard the victim often said he was tricked into hiring you. Miss Geller, your skill is limited in a number of ways, thus the limit to the number of stunts you're able to show us. Did those differ from the victim's expectation? Maybe that's why the victim... He didn't hit me. He didn't. And would the victim of assault ever say that? That is... controversial. She's sticking to her guns. Maybe this is about her pride after all. That thing must be stifling. Excuse me? You're not performing and yet you still choose to cover half of your face. That mask, do you normally wear it around? Miss Geller, would you mind showing us your face? Could we see what's under the mask? Ah, okay, so she is bruised. Real quick, I do want to pull away and just kind of have like a bit of a quick discussion on this topic too while it's here. Because this is something that is really important to understand. When it comes to victims of abuse in any manner, it is very often that victims will try to cover for their abuser. They will hide information about their abuser. For things like this, some of it is pride or embarrassment or threats against the victim. And it is really important to understand that, especially in a case about this, victim blaming is a really common occurrence. People could say a lot of things about that, just because the victim is... You never know why a victim is covering for their abuser. But even if they are, that doesn't mean that they deserve what they're in, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're able to leave. There are many reasons that an abuser might not be able to leave. There might be numerous reasons as to why a victim cannot leave their abuser. And I do encourage people to look at there's a term for it, and I believe it's called Darvo. Darvo is... It's a psychologic form of abuse. Darvo, hold on, let me look at the specific acronym. And this is really important to understand as we go through games with heavy topics like this. Darvo is a acronym for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. So essentially what this does is the accuser will, or the abuser will deny the attack. They will reverse the roles of victim and offender and do things like, well, she provoked me first, or they provoked me first. They did this to me first, so I'm actually the victim and I was defending myself. And it is called Darvo. It is something that is used in almost all situations regarding this type of behavior. And I really encourage you to look this up, make yourself familiar, and also consider reaching out if you have the ability. It's not for everybody, but women's abuse shelters are always looking for support. And if you are a victim of abuse, again, it's not always possible for somebody to leave. And I totally understand that. But if you have the ability to leave, I highly encourage you to do so. Your life is valuable, and you deserve to be in a place that is safe and away from harm, including if you have children, they deserve that too. And I genuinely, sincerely hope that if you don't have that ability, that you have the ability soon. Always support victims because of things like this. I think that's it. Sorry, I just wanted to get into the serious conversation because that's really not something that you shy from. So anyway, let's finish up this interrogation, shall we? Actually, I think that was it. I think that was the end of the interrogation, actually. Nope. Did the victim give you that bruise? He did, and I'm sorry I hid it from you. I was afraid you might suspect me for the culprit, but more than that, I didn't want any of the troop members to find out. Why didn't you want them to find out? They know the victim was a bad guy, not you. That's not true. I'm the bad one here. What's that supposed to mean? Please tell us about your relationship with the victim. Okay, I'll tell you, though I doubt this information is what you're looking for. At first I was making ends meet by holding street performances. Oh shit. Oopsie, I went on the wrong screen. So she was making street performances. That's when I familiarized myself with the stunts I perform on stage these days. Then one day, the ringleader just happened to see those stunts, and he asked me to come perform at the circus. It was later when I learned that the ringleader was looking for a new troop member with telekinesis and mistakenly assumed that I used telekinesis to pull off my stunts. It was because of him that I found my way into the circus, but I was unable to manipulate faraway objects like he was hoping. I tried to hide that fact from him at first, but he ended up finding me out. It was natural for the ringleader to have a certain level of detest for me. Why did that skip? Well, that statement came out completely different than how I was expecting it to. But here's the thing. He should have asked more before asking her to come through. She may have hid that from her, but she may have hid that from him, but that absolutely does not excuse him from hitting her and treating him like shit. Treating her like shit, because he didn't bother to get the appropriate information, right? Because again, that's what abusers do, is they flip it on you. First things first, when you say stunts you perform on stage, what sort of stunts exactly? They call me the jumping jester, but it's hard to put in words what I do exactly. You're talking about this? I picked it up near the entrance of the theater. So the floating clown up there is you? It is. I jump as high as I can in the air, and then I use my skills to stop in midair. As I repeat the jump, hover, I can climb higher and higher. Once I'm up there, I can put on a show like I'm about to plummet to the ground. It's all about eliciting the best reaction from the audience. It definitely sounds quite complicated. Also, there's one more detail that concerns me. You said you didn't think much of the victim striking you, right? It's not that I didn't think much of it, but I can understand why he did. That doesn't make it okay. You don't deserve that. You understand. Was he prone to using violence with you? I wanted to ask outright if she's completely serious about what she said, but I'm quite sure that's the case regardless. After all, there were 0 abnormal heartbeats detected during her statement. This place is the first place where I ever feel like I really belong. All of the other troop members share the same wounds as me. The same? Wounds? Even if I were to explain it to you, Detective Case, I hardly think you'd understand. From the moment we're born into this world, every event we staffers go through forms a wound we carry with us. I understand how and why the ringleader became the person he was. It's the same for everyone in this troop. I doubt Mr. Vernon or Miss Aston would share her sentiment. This circus is everything to me, yet I deceived the people here. It only follows that I should be punished for my deception. No, you should not in the way that this is. Things could have been treated differently for you. I can't read her heart rate because she's not touching the table, but as seasoned interrogations, I can tell you those aren't the eyes of a liar. I just don't understand. As it turns out, everything that happened at 7:30 was the way that I expected. However, it's hard to say any of this counts as progress. Something's making me feel like I only know a bunch of information I don't really care to know. I just hope the new statement we obtained give us something to go on during the investigation. And I think that might be the end of the interrogation. Okay. I think we've heard all that we're going to about our suspects. So I think this is a good place to head it off for the day. I appreciate everybody joining me. This has been absolutely great to... The playthrough is a little odd, I will admit. The playthrough is a little odd. I can understand why there's a little bit of hesitancy with this game. And people are kind of like, eh. I don't hate it. I still think that this is something that I want to play through, but expect that if I do, I'm gonna come in with clarifications like this and kind of information sprinkled out throughout. So just to make that clear and known, I guess. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. This has been an absolutely wonderful stream. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate you so much. With that being said, we are going to end it here, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. All right, bye.